Record.
Okay.
Okay. Espera, sedikit lagi.
Okay.
Okay, I cannot get rid of my lower bottom there, so just ignore it, okay? All right, Shah.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to professors, Datuk, Datin, Puan, lecturers and students that are here today. Greetings from me, Shahira, your moderator of the day alongside Ruby, that will also be presenting later on. And the Literature and Discourse Research Group, Center for Research in Language and Linguistics, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, National University of Malaysia. Welcome to the third Zawiyah Yahya webinar series 2022, Nation and Narration, New Realities. I'm very honored to be one of the committee members of today's webinar as we continue the Zawiyah Yahya webinar series, focusing on discourses that were central to the work of the late Professor Dr. Zawiyah Yahya, our Malim Sarjana. Without further ado, I would like to pass this to Professor Datin Dr. Ruzi Hashim, Chair of the webinar, and then Associate Prof. Dr. Nur Fariza Pamano to officiate the webinar series.
Thank you, Ms. Shah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. Associate Professor Dr. Nur Fariza Muhammad Noor, yang berbahagia, Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Shamsul Amri, writers, colleagues, and students. I would like to thank everyone who is here this morning. I really appreciate your presence. This third chapter is especially significant for me since this is my penultimate year before I exit from UKM. And it is also particularly significant to me because the late Professor Datuk Zawiyah Yahya was my mentor as well as a good friend. And I'm glad that she will always be remembered via this webinar, and that the work she initiated will be remembered in posterity. Thank you to all the writers today. I'd like to congratulate Karina for her debut novel, The Accidental Malay, which won a prestigious award. Prof. Dr. Farida for the publication of her debut novel, Wanita Rawa Terakhir, besides all the anthologies of poetry that she has also produced. And Dr. Shivani Sivaguru Nathan, whose latest novel, which was published last year, Yalpanam 8, a novel. These three authors whose future works we eagerly anticipate in the future. An author from New Zealand, Linda Scott Araya, was meant to join us, but she is ill and expresses her regrets. We have an eminent scholar and theorist with us today, Distinguished Professor Dr. Shamsul, who you will probably see on TV on 19th of November, maybe more days after that, as he is also a political commentator. So, you know, we are expecting the election soon, so we'll be busy. Well, that will be busy, I think. To colleagues and postgraduate students, thank you for taking part in this webinar. Have a productive time, and thank you. Thanks, Shah.
Shall I pass this to Prof. Dr. Nur Fariza for the opening ceremony? Okay.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to the Master of Ceremony, Ms. Nurul Shahira, Prof. Datin Dr. Ruzi Hashim, Chair of the webinar, yang berbahagia Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Shamsul Amri, writers, students, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate the Literature Committee for the third installment of the Zawiyah Yahya webinar. Indeed, the late Prof. Datuk Dr. Zawiyah Yahya was a distinguished scholar in the faculty. She was a mentor to many, and her work on colonialist discourse inspired the MA and PhD degrees in post-colonial literature. I'm pleased to see a mix of renowned figures such as the Yang Berbahagia Distinguished Professor Datuk Dr. Shamsul Amri from the Institute of Ethnic Studies, UKM, well-known Malaysian writers such as Karina Barin from Langkawi, Professor Dr. Nor Faridah Manaf from the International Islamic University Malaysia, Dr. Shivani Sivagurunathan from Nottingham University Malaysia, and our postgraduate students who will use this platform to present their projects. One of our teaching priorities at the Center for Research in Language and Linguistics is research-informed instruction. This webinar is organized by the Literature and Discourse Research Group to facilitate communication between academics, postgraduate students, and authors. The reality of the epidemic has enabled us to meet and interact with individuals we would not otherwise have the opportunity to engage with. We have many foreign students who work in their native countries. When the situation improves, we hope to see you in the next semester. From a literary standpoint, we gain knowledge about our reality and imagine worlds via storytelling. In addition, they inform us of the realities in other nations and spaces and help us comprehend the multiplicity of existences beyond our own experiences. Text generation and comprehension are fundamentally dependent on narrative perspectives. Having producers with distinct narrative voices and students analyzing their work simplifies how nation and narration intersect. From the titles of the papers in the program, I can see the variety of post-colonial scholarship contributing perspectives that our students are using for the research. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officiate the third Zawiyah Yahya webinar series. Have a productive conversation, and may today's webinar give you other ideas to contemplate. Thank you. I pass it back to Ms. Shahira.
Thank you, Doctor, for the opening. Okay, so the time has come for me to introduce our speaker, distinguished Professor Dr. Shamsul Amri Barudin, one of the 5 distinguished professors in Malaysia, appointed by the Ministry of Higher Education in 2010. He is the founding director, National Institute of Ethnic Studies, KITA in University Bangsa Malaysia, UKM, since October 2007 to present. He is one of the 10 social scientists among the 400 Malaysian scientists who has been inducted as a fellow of the Academy of Science in Malaysia. In January 2019, he assumed the chair, Malaysian Professors Council, that has 2,900 members. In October of the same year, he became the first Malaysian to hold the prestigious UNESCO chair, Communication and Social Cohesion, located at UKM. He has been appointed as Unity Advisor, Ministry of National Unity Malaysia in July 2020, and has claimed as the main architect of the National Unity Index 2018, the National Unity Policy 2020, the National Unity Blueprint 2020, and National Unity Action Plan 2021. He is often consulted as social-political commentator on current affairs on Malaysia and Southeast Asia by local and overseas media outlets like Prof. Izzy mentioned just now as Awani, TV3, RTM, and the BBC London and Jakarta. Al Jazeera as well, National Geographic Channel, Channel News Asia Singapore, CNBC, and Radio Australia. In 2008, he was awarded the prestigious academic prize, Fukuoka Cultural Award, Japan, for making Southeast Asian studies popular globally. He has written extensively on Southeast Asia, the Malay world, and Malaysia, all listed in his website. Now with the first presentation, entitled Nation of Intent, Beyond Imagined Community, History of an Idea of History, let's welcome Prof. Ulung Dato' Dr. Shamsul Amri Barudin.
Is Dato' okay? Can he? Dato', are you there? Oh, he is
I'm here. Can you hear me?
yeah. Okay, we can hear you. Yes, Dato'.
Can you see me? No, huh?
Yes, we can. We can see you, Dato'.
Yeah, we can see you, Dato', very clearly.
Well, all right. Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam sejahtera kepada semua yang hadir. Actually, I'm very excited to give this presentation because, first of all, I have to spend in the last 1 week going through all my notes in the last 40 years, trying to make sense what I want to share with the audience. And of course, I remember Zawiyah very well because we were sharing the same building in Block E, yeah, the FSSK. So, what I'm going to do first,
We will share for you, Dato'. So you just say next slide, and then we will press it for you.
Yeah. Next slide. Can you move next slide? See, I cannot run away from talking what we're going to talk today based on this European colonialism. Yeah. So I have a map here to show you that this knowledge that we are going to talk about is not just Malaysia, but it is touching most geographical part of the world, from Latin America to South America and also to Asia and Africa. So when I try to address some of the issues that is being discussed subsequently, it will be moving from one region to another region, whether it was Portuguese or Spanish colonization, French, English, Russian, American, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So next slide. Yeah. Now, first I want to clarify where is Zawiyah's colonialist discourse narrative, which is a discussion and analysis of what colonialists narrated, as opposed to the colonial knowledge project that I have been doing for the last 35 years, yeah, which means understanding the construction of process or particular form of knowledge, which is called colonial knowledge. What are the similarities and what are the differences? So that I want to be fair to Zawiyah, what she has done, what she has achieved, and also where do we meet and where do we branch off on our into our own sphere of interest. Okay, next slide. So there's a part one of what I'm to talk today. Yeah. So I'm trying to make sense of this discussion today and Zawiyah's work by looking at what I've been trying to look for a long time, is the colonial knowledge, which is a European-based knowledge that all colonizers constructed and applied for purposes to define and rule and divide and rule of their respective colonies. So it's quite critical for me to understand the process of defining and the process of dividing. So it's not just a discourse, yeah. So it is it's related to the whole exercise of organization, the what I call the colonial organization of rule. So what I'm trying to argue is the conquest was not the result of just the result of power and superior armed military organization, political power, economic wealth. The most important part from my point of view is what I call epistemological conquest. How they dismantle native thought system, disempower them, and define and subsequently replace them with European one through a systematic application of series of colonial investigative modalities, which I shall describe. So for me, colonial knowledge is the most powerful form of knowledge that we may not want to acknowledge. And secondly, we may want to forget. And I think we are carried away with nationalism and we forgot about actually nationalism is not a local Malaysian, Southeast Asian notion, but it is basically from Europe. So colonial knowledge has been the most powerful form of knowledge in decolonized society. So even though we are independent, we call ourselves post-colonial, but the basis of the knowledge that creates the state, society, and history and boundary is still the colonial knowledge. Yeah. So it is the most dominating source of power and legitimacy for a post-colonial state. Okay, next. Next slide, please. So we have to understand this notion of investigative modality. There is, in our normal social science sense, a methodology of constructing colonial knowledge. How do you construct colonial knowledge? So they introduced this method called investigative modality, which is to devise and to collect and amass facts here, facts according to them. These facts and translation work made it impossible for the British to conquer epistemological space. So according to Bernard Cohen, who writes and has written quite a lot on colonialism and knowledge and the different forms, in his book that include about 6 or 7 of his essays, he said investigative modality includes the definition of a body of information that is needed to the procedures by which appropriate knowledge is gathered, its ordering and classification, and then how it transforms into usable form, such as published reports, statistical return, histories, gazetteers, legal codes, and encyclopedia, and even transform into sciences such as economic, ethnology, tropical medicine, comparative law, and cartography, and make their practitioner become professional. So I think this, the depth and the breadth of the way they construct this colonial knowledge to investigate modality, we don't take it seriously. I haven't seen any historian in this country in the last 40 years trying to deal with this. They may have involved in colonial discourse, explaining how colonialism dominate us. I just reviewed a book on colonial, on the Malay world and colonial impact by a Japanese scholar. Until today, he has just published a book 2 years ago. He just, he didn't make a reference to colonial knowledge in detail, but she made in one footnote. It's interesting. So I've been looking for all new history books on Malaysia and on Southeast Asia, the role of colonial knowledge. I think we seem to not to be interested in this. So I don't know why. Perhaps you have to be a historian, but I'm not a historian. I'm an anthropologist by training, but like Bernard Cohen, anthropologist too. So because we deal with things on the ground, we cannot assume these things are all created locally or created in the village. It has created through a systematic way through many decades, during the colonial period. So next, I'm not going to describe all the modalities, but because I want to dispute the slides to everybody, so I'm just going to touch briefly because I'm given how many? 45 minutes? 40 minutes? Rosie?
50 minutes.
Then you give you 40 minutes and then 10 minutes for Q&A.
Okay, all right. So there are 6 investigative modalities. Firstly, historiographic modality. So they redo our history. How do they redo this history? By producing settlement report, district by district, detailed account. I mean, including the land you own is all organized by this first historical modality. So the archaeological construction regarding the nature of indigenous civilization. And it's quite interesting if you see, we are included in the history of the West because we are part of them. And therefore, if you go, I don't think you ever seen a railway station with the statues of British colonialists, but I've seen many of them before, but they pulled them down. And the second modality is called survey modality. Survey modality is there are two ways of looking at it. Number one is modality in terms of registering every flora and fauna in this country. So, and the second thing is to really measure. That's why you have, if you buy a land, they will tell you, okay, you have a grand tanah, you have a stone, cadastral stone. At one end of the tanah, at the other end, yours is 1.43 hectares. So you know exactly what it is. And that's what they did. They make
是啊，今天还有一个这个东西要弄。
你好吗?
Um,
So probably we don't realize how detailed this survey modality is. So when they give the name Durio zabitinus, which is durian, we don't know. My grandmother doesn't know what is Durio zabitinus, so is your grandmother. But we do know what is durian. But you step out of the house, you step on the grass, there's a Latin name. You hold a tree, there's a Latin name. You see a cat, there's a Latin name. We are all surrounded by this Latin name based on the survey modality to connect up to the global classification of things in the world. So there's a cat here, but there's a cat in Africa, but they're called differently, including tigers. Yeah. So it's interesting. The survey modality has organized our well-being and our environment. So we talk about environmental studies this day. We go to ask, let's study. Do they know about survey modality? I don't think so. I've talked to many experts in environmental studies. Do they know colonial knowledge? No. Do they know where the origin of the Latin name? Linus principle? No, they don't know. So it's quite interesting how such critical thing is never seen as originating from colonial knowledge. The third modality is enumerative modality, which is basically, in Malaysian sense, is called official census. 1871 was the first census in the state settlement, because this census is carried out in all the British colonies. So in Malaysia, it was in the state settlement, Penang, Malacca, and Singapore was the first one, 1871. Then after that, every 10 years. Until today, last year, we had our census. So census is enabled them to construct social categories by which indigenous society was ordered for administrative purposes. So who is a Chinese, who's Indian, who's a Malay? It's all defined by census. So when people ask me, how can we change the politics of Malaysia, race and religion? I said, yeah, you change the census first. Once you change the census, you change the categories, probably we don't identify us as Malay, Indian or Chinese. Probably we identify the Indian culture. I'm a Telugu, I'm a Tamil, I'm not Indian. I'm a Japanese, I'm a Minangkabau, I'm not Malay. So it's quite interesting how people think about ethnic categories, politics and religion in this country. This is period of campaigning. And they try to explain this as it is not something natural that happened to this country. We are blessed by God, for example. I tell you, the God is the British government who did and created this and told us who we are and what we are. And that's why they created the Malay Reservation Enactment. Malay Reservation Enactment, where they define Malay. So in every state, there's a Malay Reservation Enactment, except in Penang, because they think Penang, there are no Malays. Empty land, there are no Malays. So Penang Malay are very unhappy. They don't have Malay Reservation Enactment. But in Johor, the Malay in Johor, Syed and Sharifah, not Melayu, you know. In Kedah, Orang Siam is Melayu. So it's quite interesting, this notion of Malay, non-Malay. They are not fixed. People think it's fixed. Article 160, Part 2 of the Malayan of the Federal Constitution said that. But that statement is not accepted actually at the state level. At the state level is still the enactment Tanah Rezab Melayu. So it's different. So this modality is very important in our society today, in the way we still practice it, we still do the census. Okay, next slide. Then the fourth is the surveillance modality. We talk about surveillance, spy movie and all this stuff. So if you have an identity card, you got a fingerprint, that's the beginning of the surveillance modality. But now with technology, they can see you 5 miles from the sky using GIS and everything. So surveillance with technology has become really CCTV. These are all surveillance modality. So now we don't use this anymore. Groups, minority group categories, peripheral group, gangsters, underground, all these are under the surveillance modality, but now it has enhanced by technology. The next one is the fifth modality, museological modality. You see, they assume the whole country is a museum. because there are ruins, a source of collectibles and curiosities and artifacts. That's why they steal them and take them home and fill their museum, and then they call it, theirs. And now every other country is asking, bring back the bones, bring back my grandmother's skull. So it's quite interesting how the colonial powers now in England, in America, returning loads and loads of skulls, and because they were not, they were seen as exhibition, yeah. And the creation of botanical gardens, zoos, museum, gallery. These are all what they call the Garden of Eden, the reflection of the Garden of Eden in the world. So you have the botanical garden. So botanical garden Singapore produced us the first plant called rubber gata. So from there, one single from Brazil we got and became Malaysia's biggest export for a long time. So it's quite interesting. Same like zoo. They collect all the animals. Can you see how thin the tigers are, or the untas are? They are not suited here, but they still hanging around in the zoos. So it's quite interesting how the different colonies and colonial countries brought their own version of zoos. So you can see Bengal tiger, not in Bengal, but in England probably, or in Australia. And then in Sydney, they escaped the Sydney Museum Zoo recently. So it's quite interesting for me to see this notion of zoos. But we grew up going for zoos, going to the zoos. And I think botanical garden too. We have botanical garden in Kuala Lumpur, which is now the Lake Garden, but it became botak, there's nothing there. So we had to recreate the butterfly garden and so on and so forth. So this modality became an exercise of micro open representation of the indigenous antiquity, culture, and society to both local and European public. Now, the last one called travel modality. This travel modality, nowadays we call it tourism. It complements the museological modality because if the museum create the concrete representation of native, the travel mobility had to create a repertoire of images and typification. So you can see the notion of aesthetic, romantic, exotic pictures such as architecture, costume, cuisine, ritual performances, historical sites, even bare-breasted females. I mean, it's quite interesting. So you have stamps, you have rubber stamp, you have logo. These are the production of museological modality plus travel modality. So if you see all this, you see them in a traditional coffee table book in front in your house, in an office, emerge from such a context. So for me, if we don't understand these 6 investing modalities and how it has shaped the meaning of what we see every day around us, and we know that the origin is the way the colonial government created it, I think we have failed ourselves in knowing what we are and how we are, even today, because these modalities, enhanced by technology, has become more controlling and more organized and detailed. So remember this colonial knowledge. So a colonialist discourse is one thing, but colonial knowledge is another. Colonialist discourse, next slide. So, of course, colonial discourse theory is very important, where European colonizers tend to construct the identities of colonized people and lands as others. But this is part and parcel of what the actors within the colonial government do. What do they write? What do Raffles write? What do Winston write? So that's why when Zawiyah wrote a book on the 3 authors, Somerset Maugham included, and I went through all her book, and I actually had a chance of seeing a PhD thesis, and of course the 2 edition of Resisting Colonial Discourse, and then the other one, Reading Approaches in Malay Literature, is an edited volume. It's quite interesting what she's trying to do, and I think what she's trying to do is, if I'm looking at colonial knowledge, the big umbrella knowledge construction, she's looking at how inside the colonial sphere, the discussion, the writing, what Hugh Clifford writes, what Swettenham write about Melayu, and so on and so forth. I think they are not against, they are not challenging one another, colonial discourse versus colonial knowledge, but they are complementing. And in fact, colonial discourse theory is very much discussing what is inside colonial knowledge, who are they, who are the actors, and how do they create this colonial discourse through looking at reports, or through writing novels, or through other way of expressing what they think of colonialism and what they think of European contribution. So I think this is quite interesting when I look at this colonial discourse analysis, critically examine the role played by this representation in colonialism and imperialism, whether they are text, system of signification, procedures of knowledge generation. So they are complementing each other, I think. Okay, next one. No, hold on. One point that I want to raise in this seminar is that in the rate, interesting phenomena, unspoken dichotomy. I'm speaking to the people I'm talking now will be closely related to this idea. Yeah, Malay scholars in English studies, but Malay scholars in English studies, but focus on Malay or Malaysian material, but write in English. So this is another group. This is one group of people. The other group of people, Malay scholars in Malay studies, focus on Malay material and write in Malay. Do they meet? This is the question. And yet, who are the performers? Who is Muhammad Saleh? Who is Unku Maimunah? They are not Malay scholars in Malay studies. They were originally Malay scholars in English studies. So is Zawiyah too. So it's quite interesting for me. Colonial discourse, for me, they don't exist in Malay scholars in Malay studies, focus on Malay material and write in Malay. Tell me one article that writes about colonial discourse. No, they don't have. So without the Malay scholars in English studies, but focus on Malay or Malaysian material, but write in English, we don't have colonial discourse in this country as it is now, because there are others who are not Malays, non-Malays who have been writing on Malay and Malaysian material. So it's quite interesting how the construction and development of colonial discourse in Malaysia is very much based on the colonial categorization of ethnicity, how knowledge was created for English studies, Malay studies, Indian studies, Chinese studies. These are all in the context of colonial knowledge as the School of African or School of Oriental and African Studies in London has been the model. So I think we have to see this in the management of knowledge itself. It's just not just about colonial discourse. Yeah, next slide, please. So that's why, for me, one of the areas where I have been dealing with is the notion of nation of intent, origin, expansion, and application. It is the idea of nation of intent. What is the history of this idea and how it's being expanded and used as an analytical tool? So I have been looking at this for the last 25 years. Yeah. So next slide, please. So when this was introduced long ago by Rothberg in African Nationalism, I found this article after I read Rustam Sani's book, Thesis 1975, and his book 2008, and then his another edited book. But ironically or surprisingly, Rustam didn't mention this guy by the name of Rothberg in both the publication, including in his thesis, and the concept of national intent. But he used it. So I think it remains a mystery. I didn't ask him where it came from. I just read in the last chapter of his book and his thesis. It only appeared in the last chapter, Melayu Raya as a nation of intent. So where is this term nation of intent came from? So that is the result of asking this question. I looked for it, and that's how I discovered in African nationalism concept of confusion, because they thought we have too many nations, so therefore it's a confusion. So it's interesting how this article in the journal brought about this notion that the concept is not a concept but as a confusion. So nation of intent, I developed this concept nation of intent as an analytical tool. It's not a theory. It's not just an empty concept, but as a tool. Beyond Anderson's imagined community, which I consider is a passive way of looking at nationalism, nation of intent is an active way where you state what you want, how you want it, and what are the political platforms we can use to get this nation of intent. Each of them, whether Islamic, whether Malaysia, they are very clear. But imagine community in the context of Anderson's book based on Indonesian empirical evidence. He was not talking about the future. He was talking about how they get together and begin to shape how they are the commonalities among themselves. So Rustam Sani and I published essays expanding the concept of applicability regionally and globally, this nation of intent. In 1996, it came out because in 1993, we had a seminar in Copenhagen at Nordic Institute of Asian Studies on nationalism in Southeast Asia. So that's where this nation of intent I introduced in that discussion, because I was a commentator to Ben Anderson's public lecture. So I raised this issue of alternative to imagined community. Why don't we think about nations of intent? Because which the people in Malaysia is clearer what they want. They're not just thinking about the community they want to create and how they get together, but they also think from here, where do we go? Islamic nation? Do we want Melayu Raya? Do we want Malay-led plural society? So they're very clear what they want to do with the nation of intent. So that's why I started to look and examine in many cases in Southeast Asia. Yeah? So next slide, please. Now, one of the most important things that came out from all this debate about national intent is the advent of modern nation-state informal colonies, similarities, differences in the nation-state formation in ASEAN. I look at ASEAN. In ASEAN, there are three versions. Nation-state, like the British, like the European or the German has it. In ASEAN, only Brunei has this nation state. They are very clear what is their nation. They are clear about their state. So Brunei with their MIB, Melayu Islam Beraja as the nation. So the state is a legacy of colonial rule in Brunei. So they retain the same form of administration. And then, of course, in Southeast Asia, also there's nation without state, like Bangsa Moro in the Philippines. They have nation, but no state. Like Kurdish nation in Turkey. They have nation, they have no state. So in colonized countries, there are three versions. The third version is state without nation. And that's where Malaysia. So why do they have state? They have no nation. Because one state means territory, citizen, rule of law, standard official document. So you belong to a state. You may hate particular party politics, but you carry the same MY card, you carry the same passport, birth and death certificate, and you have about 20 other certificates before you die. So it's interesting. The recognition of the state is very much constructed by colonial knowledge. Yeah? And territory, they have measured already how big Malaysia is. Citizenship, rule of law, the constitution. So for me, we have a state, very strong state, but we don't have a nation. This is what my argument is. We compete for nation of intent. Melayu Raya, Islamic nation, Malay-led nation, socialist nation, Sabah for Sabahan, Sarawak for Sarawakian. These are all competing notions of nations of intent. But they exist in a very strong state. So we have to be very careful. We are talking about state or we are talking about nation. But in Bahasa Melayu, we confuse between the two because we don't have the notion of nation in Melayu. So in Indonesia, they call it nasi. In Malaysia, nasi means something else. So it's interesting how the competing national intent is actually one of the reasons we don't have this original notion of nation. Negara is state. Nation, bangsa could be bangsa Melayu, bangsa India, bangsa Cina, or kebangsaan. So each nation of intent constructed on colonial knowledge legacy. So I think this is a very important part to look at our own now in our election and so on and so forth. Because next slide, please. The framework in Malaysia is only two. One in ethnicity or ethnic base. First set promoted by Malays, the second set promoted by non-Malays majority group. In the political platform, Malay-based political parties, UMNO, PAS, KMM, non-Malay majority group, MCP, DAP, PAP was once in Malaysia, Gerakan, PPP, shapes of Malay nation of intent, Melayu Raya, Islamic nation, Malay-led nation, forms of non-Malay majority, nation of intent, Democratic Socialist Malaysia, Communist Party, Malaysia, DAP, Sabah for Sabahan, Sarawak for Sarawakian, based in London, most of them, the organization. So national intent, bottom up, often rakyat-based choice. Imagine community, people do not choose national identity, but rather have identity thrust upon them by ethnicity or historical experience. That's the difference between national intent. National intent, there's a conscious effort on the part of the people. So the next slide, go to the next slide. So next slide, one of the professor of history in Australia called Robert Crick, he has tried to make sense of what I'm trying to do when I try to use the concept of national intent. So he was very, very detailed because he did a study on national intent, counterfactual history for counterfactual geography. He studied in international relation, national intent in the context of international relations. So it's very rewarding for me to see a scholar, historian from Australia and was working in Denmark for some time, was able to see the usefulness of this concept when it's applied in the Indonesian context. So he said in Indonesia, there are so many national intent, some of them realized as a national concept, some of them became regional based, like in Aceh, in Sumatra. So it's interesting how he applied this notion of intent to the different revolution and rebellion in Indonesia. Okay, next. Now, this is the part which I developed in the last 5 years. After I know that the fact that I can't call our government a colonial knowledge government, our state is a colonial knowledge state, I would like to say it is a coloniality of knowledge is the basis of the Malaysian state. So this is coloniality of power. So is the coloniality of knowledge and coloniality of power as the legacy from colonial knowledge that inform post-colonial narratives of history and nation making. So the way we teach history, this is where I look into the curriculum, history curriculum, whether in a Chinese school and in a sekolah kebangsaan or in international school. They are all, we call it Eurocentric and so on and so forth. But for me, I would prefer to call it the presentation of the coloniality of knowledge and coloniality of power. So next slide, please. So this idea of coloniality of knowledge and coloniality of power was developed by Aníbal Quijano, Peruvian sociologist, who has, before that he was belonging to the dependent school theory developed by Paul Prebisch in Argentina. So they moved from dependency, a political economy, and then they moved to colonial knowledge. So it's quite interesting. The American industrial complex that dominated the economy of Latin America, they form a type of economy which is called dependent economy. But parallel to that dependent economy, there is also, it's dependent on colonial knowledge, dependent on coloniality of power. So it's quite interesting. Parallel with the political economy, there is this at the ideological level. He calls it coloniality of knowledge. That concept is based on contemporary decolonial thinking, because there's a school of thought in Latin America, because I see that a lot of postmodernist discussion in Latin America is much earlier than in Europe. I suppose the Portuguese and the Spanish colonized them first. Yeah, so it's quite interesting how they have reacted to this. And of course, the French, Aimé Césaire, in his essay called Discourse on Colonialism, a poet and politician from Martinique Island in West Indies, who have found the negritude movement in Francophone literature. So it's quite interesting how coloniality of knowledge is actually giving recognition to the powerful colonial knowledge that actually inform the whole history making process of ex-colonies. So that's why I think the narratives and nation is all about coloniality in some sense. Yeah. So it considers colonialism the underlying logic of foundation of unfolding of Western civilization from the Renaissance to today. Although this foundational interconnectedness is often downplayed, this logic is commonly referred to as a colonial matrix of power, or coloniality of power, or colonialist discourse. So I think this is interesting where I think Zawiyah has made a very important contribution to allow us to think the continuation of this thought system, not only in the way the novelists or whoever saw us, but the way we think, the way we write, the way we analyze, and the analytical tools we use. We continuously not influence, but it's become very critical in the way we develop analytical tools in the way we read a book, a history book, a geography book. So suddenly, all these maps, where did this map come from? Sultan Malacca never produced a map. So where is this map coming from? So it's quite interesting for me to remind myself and also people at APRD in the education ministry that you have to start teaching about colonial knowledge to understand where the origin of the knowledge that we have in our textbook. So next slide. So modern Malaysia and its features of coloniality. So I think this is my last slide. Yeah? Modern Malaysia is colonial modern. Why do I call it colonial modern? Because colonial knowledge constructs the history, state, and society. Why do I claim that? Because historiography, investigative modality, the state, the administration, and the organization of the census, society, how they create sociological terms that define and rule, then they use that to divide and rule. So we know we are modern through the 6 investigative modalities, and the colonial modern features is transformation of technological innovation, scientific management, capitalist economy. You look at the pre-colonial period, yeah, they may have technological innovation. So people in engineering faculty like to believe they have kincir air yang modern. I said, yeah, why not? I said, but you didn't introduce it. The technological innovation was done later during the colonial period. Otherwise, how could they get all this excavation of raw material like tin and all that waste land that has become where people have taman perumahan baru, all on old landmines. And then the nature of modern post-colonial Malaysia. We call it Eurocentric system of knowledge. Legacy of colonialism survived within the domains of knowledge. Coloniality of knowledge, coloniality of power. So in many ways, while I don't want to not overdo, but I just want to remind, because I'm still waiting for a book written on colonial knowledge and then how it impacts the rest of our life in this country, whether by people in literature, whether people in history, and most importantly in history. So I'm still waiting, and I hope today some people will be interested to take this up and continue this intellectual struggle. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. These are all your references if you are interested to read. Yeah, back to the chair, please.
I think we can take questions if you if you'd like to, or actually, right, Prof, before other people ask, can I also start with my name is Ruby, Prof. And Ruby, my question is, when you talk about coloniality, well, I had this light bulb moment just now. My question is very simple. How is coloniality sustained after 60 years of independence? How, so basically, who is sustaining it? Yeah.
Well, we can take 3 levels, coloniality. One is the basis of knowledge, okay? Now, we structure our government and our governance on this coloniality, because coloniality here, we are referring also to the second level, modernity. How coloniality or brought by the European create that modernity, technological innovation, scientific management, capitalist economy. That's another level. At the third level, at the individual level, you and I, we are defined Malay, Chinese, Indian, and then among the Malays, there are Jawa and Minangkabau, so is the Indian. So you like it or not, this coloniality or this form of knowledge is with us. I'm not saying we must hate this. No, I'm not saying we must hate this. I'm saying that there's another way of calling this, and to make it quite clear, its relationship with the colonial power, call it coloniality. Rather than ini adalah kesan-kesan. It's not kesan. It's the blood and nerve system of this country. You take away that one, you don't have a term for it. You see? So that's why in my last slide, I talk about modern Malaysia is a colonial modern. Not just modern. I mean, it's not like England, even though they have an Indian prime minister. So, you know, probably empire strikes back modern, yeah, in England. Yeah. So ours is clearly is modern Malaysia based on the colonial modern features. But we don't want to call it colonial modern. We just call modern lah. That's what we do. So, but it doesn't take away the colonial features. So we can label many things. Tempoyak is a tempoyak, because you have to have durian, no choice. So, you know, so this is how I see it. And that's why every time I read things in the country and argument, people ask me about Malaysian politics almost every day now because before the election. So I just have to tell them, there's nothing of this ours, I say. All of these are not our original ideas. So when I talk about intellectual debate on politics in Malaysia, you have to understand the colonial modern before you want to debate on Malaysian politics, I said. First of all, are you a Melayu? Yes. Which Melayu, I said? Javanese or Kelantanese? Are you a Melayu dialect or Melayu sub-ethnic? So all these arguments I can bring up, which in the end will bring us to a very simple source of knowledge, which is yang ada di archive. Kita gila lah pergi archive lah, pergi sana lah nak buat history. But if you don't understand conceptually the tool to actually to unmask this data in the archive, how are we going to do it? We don't want to go and see the archive and say pada sekian hari bulan the British Stanford Raffles mati. I'm not interested in those stuff. I'm interested in what he left. How Raffles talked in his book, The Melayu Nation. The first guy who talked about the Melayu Nation is Stanford Raffles. You see? So it's interesting how we think, you know, pejuang-pejuang Melayu. I said, no, it's Stanford Raffles. First one. Not Burhanuddin, not Ahmad Bustamam. The first guy who wrote the Melayu Nation is Stanford Raffles. It's written. He has a book. So you can look for it. Okay, next question, please.
There's a question on the chat box. I'll just read it to you. The museological modality is interesting, Prof. It is common knowledge that some of the curiosities that fill in the museums, the British Museum, for example, are stolen artifacts from the colonized land. Attempts have been made to retrieve them. What is your opinion on this?
I think we just keep them there because they have better museum than the local ones. They got a lot more money. I mean, the local one. I work with Museum Pahang. I used to work. No, I'm still working with Museum Pahang. I just went to Oxford Islamic Center with the Raja Permaisuri Agong to find a connection. How can we make the museum research center rather than just exhibition center? So I introduced this, and they brought a book on colonial knowledge, Sejarah Ilmu Kolonial, published by Museum Pahang. So that's one of the first and earliest book on Sejarah Ilmu Kolonial in Malay. So it was interesting. So I think it's not only museum. You go and see, because the first museum, colonial museum in Malaysia was in Taiping. Taiping Museum. But museum belongs to the state, negeri. Like land, tanah, kebudayaan, Islam, semuanya negeri. So the state of the museum in each state is it reflects on the state of interest of the state. The negeri is not interested, they have less budget. So I used to be ahli lembaga Museum Negeri Sembilan. Museum Negeri Sembilan ni barang pun kena curi. So can you imagine that? How can they let who curi this? We don't know. Probably the security guard. I don't know. I'm not quite sure. So if you are hunting for artifacts, you don't have to go to London. Go to all these museums in Malaysia. You just take whatever you want because security-wise, only now they have CCTV. So I'm not sure whether we should go in hordes to go to London, collect all the tulang-tulang there and bring home. No. Because the bigger collection of Malay manuscript is in Heidelberg. Professor Mahyudin in history department used to go there. I remember we went with him. So it's not there only, but in the Scandinavian countries, because most of the sailors who sailed the Dutch and the English ships were not English and Dutch. They were Scandinavian, Nordic country people, and Danish and Finnish. So it's quite interesting if you start looking at the logbook of these big ships in the museum in Holland. Their names are not Dutch. They're all from Scandinavian countries. So it's quite interesting for me that there's a lot of an inter-ethnic relation way back in the way they organize transportation and long distance travel, like what Magellan did, and the story about Magellan picking up Panglima Awang as his, it's not untrue in the way they do it, because they do pick up all these clever, smart people because they know. So it's just that at that time we are not interested in ethnic relation, we're interested in colonialism, or empire. So you spend time reading on colonization of North the Americas. The argument is there were Muslim scholars and Muslim sailors before Vasco da Gama and before Marco Polo and all this. I said, well, it's just that we don't have the record and distribute it the way they did. I said. So don't worry about the museum. Don't worry about them collecting or digitalizing. I think it's a waste of time. Let them keep. They got the money. They got the money. We have the money. No, we have only the pride, the concern. But we have money. Pergi museum pun tidak. Macam mana? How are we going to contribute to the museum? Yang kita kena bayar pergi toilet dia. Itu dah susah. Saya kadang-kadang tu very cynical lah, very cynical.
Thank you,
Okay.
Prof, thank you for the very realistic answer. I have another question from Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai, I think it's better if you ask this directly.
Yes, right.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. How are you?
Okay, I'm very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this master class. This is brilliant. I really love this. I'm more of a student here right now rather than a faculty member. So my question is, I'm always interested to see how sociologists construct terms and make it into an analytical tool, So this is something I really enjoy. So how, could you describe your methodology of using the nation of intent as an analytical tool? I like that. There was like a light bulb moment when you said that. So could you describe that so that, because amongst us today, a lot of us here are literary scholars. So we would like to kind of appropriate this concept of nation of intent in the reading of Malaysian narratives. So could you describe your methodology? Thank you so much.
Well, in methodological sense, there are only two things you have to know. Inductive or deductive. All right. Inductive is how you gather everything that you know and decide how do you want to describe it, So that means, if as anthropologists, inductive means you collect as much material as possible from the ground upward, because when I see a village, we only see not only the village in Malaysia, but also how Malaysia is found in the village, the different parts of it. So that is where this notion of national intent comes, because people have, I mean, you talk about multiple intellectual or intelligence by Gardner. I read a lot of his book. His latest book is synthesizing stuff. Cost me a bit money, but I still buy it. I think that for me as a social science, I'm more influenced by this inductive method. So you kumpul-kumpul semua ni macam ni lah. Bincang kerajaan, bincang itu. Tapi ke dalam tu kita tahu we are members. We may be Pakatan Harapan, UMNO, MCA, but we all carry one passport. All right? We carry one IC. Death certificate sama. Birth certificate sama. So how do you make sense this to explain to students? How? And then the other way of looking at it is deductive. We have all these big theories, Marxism and all this stuff. They cannot imagine. First, they cannot read German. All right? In this country, especially those who are doing sociology. So what did I do? That's why my I don't want to say nanti Shanti ni kata ni saya ni Christian punya anu kan. But for me, we cannot but must find an analytical tool. So one set of analytical is built from bottom up, and the other one, analytical tool, is top down. Top down is you have these major theories, Marx, Weber, and Durkheim on suicide, and so on and so forth. How do you make Weber's theory relevant to COVID-19? Weber talk about suicide, about religiosity. How do we make sense? So the most important, I remember a student, a PhD student of mine from University Putra, talking about social problems, social issues. She was a social worker kind of scholar, you know. So I said, you read the kind, you see what you see here. So after a while, she realized that there's organic solidarity, mechanical solidarity, all this makes sense to her when they look at families. And when they look at relationship between families, individual families and community. So I think it has to do with fieldwork also. The fieldwork will make you realize there's a limitation of Marxism in this country because Marxism has got so many mazhab inside there, Althusserian and all this, and the French one, and then the German one, Habermas, and all these names that we know. But how do we make sense to the student? So my task when I came home from my PhD in Australia was, how can I make sense to my student coming from Kelantan with a dialect from Negeri Sembilan, who is Max Weber and Karl Marx, I said, you know, so not Karl Marx, Karl Marx and Max Weber. So by thinking along that line, they begin to see what I mean. You know, I see that, you know, they think about properties. So you have to draw from the daripada apa pengalaman inductive tadi, the inductive understanding of the student. Where can you meet? You come with your big deductive theory about how to apply this. Where do you meet? So I think this is how I keep on thinking ways, and so my whole life is about developing analytical tool. That's what I've been doing for how many? 30 years, 40 years. Every time. So I'm thinking of the student, how can I impart this knowledge to the student so that they can understand? So that's why I taught them about what is EOM, epistemology, ontology, and methodology. At first they thought they were drowned in this logy word, I said. But I said, look, if you don't understand epistemology and poverty, what is epistemology of poverty? It cannot be poverty. It must be about social inequality, of which class, caste, example. So then they begin to say, so poverty is not an issue, an epistemology, it is a reflection of a larger social inequality. So this is how I managed to teach myself as well as I teach my student. And because I'm not going anywhere and I don't go to another university, so those who have been studying with me in UKM, they have benefited quite a lot in that sense. So this concept EOM ni, I still remember one of the teachers in Malacca said, they said, there is this concept, Prof, EOM. So ada students, Prof ni dia cerita itu je. So I said, I don't know. I think they believe that my concept helped him to understand what happened in the school. Said, you know? So this is the background that I have to tell you how I, not great methodology, not really difficult. You just have to keep on doing, and it has to be improved all the time. I keep on improving it, and you know, I just working on this coloniality in the last 10 years, you know. I'm trying to make sense. how, see, because colonialism as understood in Latin America is quite different in Africa and quite different in Asia too. So because they have different colonizers. So if you see all the colonizers, that's why I have the map. In middle of Africa is the Belgian, and then Italian colonized Libya, French colonized Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and then the British, the German down South Africa. So there's a mix of colonialities. This is also another aspect that I'm looking at. The different aspects of coloniality between the British, the French, and the French, we can look at Vietnam. So when we look at Vietnam, what do they do in Vietnam? Not only the Vietnamese know how to make better croissant than the French, but how do they make many things that we can learn from, which is different from the British. So there's nobody, there's one or two people who have made comparison between Dutch colonialism, British colonialism, and French colonialism. So that is another aspect that I'm interested in looking at this coloniality as my latest project lah, how, to make sense. Sorry, it's a bit long-winded lah, Rena.
No worries, no worries. Prof, we have one more question. Rebecca wanted to ask something, but we'll go to Dr. Shan first. Dr. Shan, maybe you can ask directly.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Dato, as usual, for an excellent paper. I was very interested in the survey modality that you talked of. But the survey modality, because recently there's been these texts that have been translated by the French explorers, because I'm working on the French in Malaya. And it's very interesting because the French surveyed for the British, and then they surveyed the Malay mining method, the Chinese mining method, and so they put everything together and came up with their own modern mining method. So whose mining method is it really, if you want to talk about, modern aspects of intellectual property? So this is, sort of very central to colonial, as you say, the coloniality of knowledge. Would you have, do you say something on this?
Look, you can't homogenize this. That's number one that I warn you. Okay? No, never homogenize. I was discussing basically what I know best, which is the British. Yeah, you have found through your research the French. I mean, if you read this book that compare, I can't remember the name of the guy, but he compared British colonialism, Dutch and French colonialism, and where are they in the what kind of modalities they use. Yeah, survey is just one. Yeah, their notion of health. See, from the notion of health, which is under probably under survey modality, because the flora, fauna, diseases, and so on. Yeah, so it's quite interesting because that's where the Latin name is useful. So the French will be similar with the Dutch when it comes to the Latin name. They have only one Latin name for hibiscus. That's all. For durian, only one name. But they have varieties. So the species and origin of species. So from the species and genus, I think that's where the differences come. Because they go back to the science. They go back to area where they find commonality, and then they start to see the variety. So this is how I see it. So don't try to homogenize lah. Always there's a possibility of splitting all these discoveries. But in the end, some great guy will put together and say, oh, these are all the same, they're all called tiger or cat. So it's interesting how I begin to understand for the first time the big tiger is called cat, the cat in my house is called cat, So all these things are mysteries to me for a long time. But after looking at colonial knowledge, I understand that, so they help themselves to be very clear what they have in front of them. Because they cannot ask the Sultan and the Istana, no, it's clever man. They don't know whether the Sultan has gone to Cambridge or Oxford or Harvard. They don't know what is in front of them. The colonial knowledge has to inform them. So it's interesting for me. Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Prof. I'm sorry, everyone. I think our time is limited. If you have any more questions, perhaps we can get in touch with Prof, or you can also email the committee if you'd like, and then we can just pass the questions to Prof. All right. So thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Prof.
But thank you to you all for giving me opportunity to share this. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
bro.
Prof.
Yeah, bye.
Okay, all right. So yes, so I'll take over. Okay, Shah. All right. So everyone, I'm
Please,
sure.
yeah.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So everyone, hello. My name is Ruby. And we please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Karina Robles Bahrain. Okay, so I will refrain myself from being overexcited. As you can see, Karina is an award-winning novelist. So this is her latest novel, which is making like, I think the new stock just came in. So when this first came out, The Accidental Malay, uh, people were buying it like, something like a hot product. Okay, yes, but just a bit of background on Karina. She has been in the PR industry, she has been in the hospitality industry, and she has also been writing. This is her first novel, but she has been writing, I think, short stories for various publications. And yes, her talk today is entitled Writing Identity into the National Narrative. So yes, over to you, Karina. I will pin you. Okay, and everyone, please do not feel shy asking questions that you'd like, all right? Okay.
Thank you so much, Ruby. Can you all hear me?
Yes, very clearly, Karina.
Okay. Okay. I think I've got half an hour. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay,
I
I'm not
think
going to
yes.
talk for half an hour. I'm
Okay.
going to talk for half an hour. I'm not an academic, so you're not going to get anything academic or intellectual like that from me, I'm afraid. So I thought instead I would tell you my story, which is a story about why I wrote my very first book, which Ruby pointed out, and it was released last September, and how, sorry, and how I used it to claim my own little stake in the larger Malaysian story. But first, a little bit of information about me. I am, as you can probably guess, a Malay Muslim woman, and I was born and I've lived in Malaysia, with the exception of a few years spent abroad during my university life. My father is Malay, right? But my mother is from the Philippines, and she was raised Catholic. She moved to Malaysia and embraced Islam when she married my dad. So that's my little backstory. I come from a mixed race family. And to complicate things further, we later found out, I think when I was in my 30s, that my paternal grandmother, so my Malayu father's mother, was actually Chinese. Because she and her sister were adopted into a Malay family, I guess shortly after the First World War, when they were very young girls. And she was raised Malay and Muslim, right? So all this means that biologically, I'm actually only a quarter Malay. Yet, despite my mixed lineage, I'm defined, by the state, by only one part of my ancestry. Because in Malaysia, if you are Malay, you're Muslim, right? And full stop. So, which is fine. For those of us who are solely that, it makes things easy. But then the question is, what about those of us who are not? Those of us who come from households where things are a little more mixed up. In Malaysia, if you are Malay plus something else, that other part of you, that non-Malay part of your blood, your bone, is not really acknowledged. Both in the times when you have to check the race box in official documents, you don't get an option to choose more than one. You have to choose one. And the one that you have to choose is Malay. And then even, I find, at least for me, when you're among your extended Malay family, they forget, right? Because it doesn't feature prominent. They forget that maybe if you're half Chinese, that you have to celebrate Chinese New Year, or maybe if you have, say Christian relatives that you have to go Christmas shopping and things like that, and they definitely will try not to know about things like the Christmas ham lah. Let's not talk about benda macam tu. So in my case, I feel that the way things are sort of tackled here, it completely disregards my maternal heritage, at least on paper. Yeah, because I am not dan lain-lain as classified, in the country, or others, for those of you who don't speak Malay, because as I should probably, be given, I should be probably classified that way given my DNA, like it's so mixed up. But in Malaysia, I'm Malay, right? Karina binti, my dad. Unlike, if I were born and raised in the Philippines, my mother's maiden name would have been incorporated into mine as my middle name, right? So hence, Karina Robles Bahrain. As a writer, when you publish something, you get to choose the name you want to associate with your work. And so I took the opportunity then to call myself Karina Robles Bahrain, because Robles is my mother's family name. And it is, I guess, my way, right, of enshrining her in the narrative of who Karina is. So this was step one, right? Writing my mother into my own personal story. Now, when I was growing up as a child, and I was a child of two academics in the 1970s, my father, he was a typical 70s one, which is another way of saying he left the running of the household and caring of us kids to my mom, even though she was also a full-time lecturer, right? And well, I hope things have changed today. But this meant for me at the time that my upbringing and that of my siblings was largely influenced by our Filipino mom, right? Her culture, her values, and even her knowledge of religion at the time when I was a young kid, which to be honest was basically Christianity. So those were my early years. But of course, as I entered school, right, and I went out into the world, my anomalous childhood was tempered by society at large's way of herding, I guess, most of us down the best worn path. And so I learned in time that, I learned in time how to read the Quran. I even khatam 2 kali. My sister was even a junior Quran reading champion, which, I mean, if you ever encounter us, you'll be a little bit surprised, I think. However, despite Malaysia's best attempts to make me as Malay as possible, whatever that may mean, it is still impossible. It was still impossible for the state to infiltrate, right, every aspect of our lives. So mine was one that continued to be shaped by two cultures, right? My mom's and my dad's, which meant that I realized quite early in life that there are two versions of how I was supposed to be, right? There's one version when I'm with my family, that safe space where it's normal for people to eat rendang and adobo at the same table, where Bible stories and Quranic translations same bookshelf tak apa. And then there was the public sphere where we did not talk about that other God that my mother used to apparently believe in before she met my dad, right? So people sometimes ask me what that was like growing up like that. And I tell them it was, and it still is to some extent. It's like walking on a tightrope that's coated with broken glass, right? If you think of people who go into kite competitions, they coat that string with broken glass so you can break. So for someone like me, you stay on the wire, you cut your feet, you fall off, you break something. And I know it sounds quite gory, but these sorts of cultural acrobatics also mean that you develop a pretty thick skin after a while, and you also learn, how to have fun with it as well, right? You use humor as a coping mechanism, which brings me to my novel, The Accidental Malay. Now, before this, I had always wanted to write a novel. Thank you, Ruby. But somehow I never sat down to do it because there was and there remains always something else, right, that I want to do, like Netflix and chill or read other people's books. But okay, so when the first global lockdown occurred, right, in 2020, everything came to a standstill. I realized the universe had played a really cheeky trick on me. I erased all the excuses that I could invent for having too busy a life to write, right? My life just came to a standstill. I run a hotel and a little restaurant in Langkawi, so obviously there were no more guests. We literally had to eat all the stock in our restaurant so it didn't go bad. So really, I ran out of excuses. And I thought to myself, if I don't sit down and finally write this novel, then I never will. And I should therefore, after the lockdown finishes, stop telling everybody that I'm going to write a novel up, because, you know, it will never happen. So I bit the bullet. I worked on a novel. The Accidental Malay was written in a span of approximately 14 weeks, I guess. But in reality, getting to the first page took me more than 10 years. About a decade or so ago, when I was randomly, you know, free writing, as you do sometimes, one evening, you know, this kind of grumpy woman named Jasmine, she turned up on the page, and not long after, she was followed by her Malay mother, Salma. I thought, okay, there's something really interesting going on here. And I realized after a while, actually a long while, because 10 years is a long while, I realized their story was perhaps the best way I could think of to tell the story of me, right? And others like me who don't quite fit in and are maybe not Melayu enough for the Malay community here at large. It was my way then, it became my way of writing people like me into the Malay narrative, of making our presence known as anomalies in the Malay community who want to be acknowledged and accounted for in the body of, you know, Malay literature. So for those of you who are not familiar with my novel, it is the story of a woman named Jasmine Leong, right? She's a Chinese Malaysian woman who was raised by her grandmother, her Chinese grandmother, to be the next CEO of Phoenix, which is their family conglomerate. Now, although the conglomerate is now, you know, a big entity with diverse interests, it is actually primarily known in, you know, in the context or the universe of this book as a company that produces bakwa or pork jerky. You know, which is often a Chinese New Year delicacy, right? So very unhalal. The problem is when Jasmine's grandmother dies, the secret about Jasmine's parents is revealed, and as it turns out, you know, her father, David Leong, became a Muslim in order to marry her mother, who's a Malay woman named Salma. So this then laid the foundation for the creation of Jasmine, the Accidental Malay. Now, people have asked me why I wrote the story the way I did. And what they mean by that is usually one of two things. Yeah. The first thing is, hey, you Malay, what? Why you write this story about Chinese girl? Okay. Second, what they could mean also is, why didn't you just write a story about someone like you? Okay. And by that, they probably mean a Malay who doesn't quite feel comfortable, you know, in her inherited skin. And my answer is very simple. I wanted to write a story that would provoke those who don't often read into reading it. And the Accidental Malay was, from my point of view, the better way to tell the story. Because, you know, I mean, who wouldn't be at least a bit curious, right, about how it's even possible for somebody to be accidentally and not on purpose Malay? You know, it would provoke some degree of curiosity, at least if you don't read the whole book, so you read the back of the book. So I also, on top of that, I also wanted a character that people could empathize with. It was important to me that folks rooted for Jasmine, because the issues that she confronts in the story are very real ones, and they're very weighty ones that in real life are, you know, a lot of times they'll be shunted aside by kind of the more conservative among us Malays, as leftist Melayu whining is what I call it. You know, why you all going to keep going on about this? So the thing is, if a person like Jasmine, for example, existed in real life, society would expect her to give up her entire heritage and embrace a new one, because Melayu, you know, why you don't want to be Melayu? Plus, is the law, right? You are Malay, so you must be Muslim. Move on, forget your past, that's all done and dusted with, you know, kembali ke jalan yang benar. Yeah, let's just return to the righteous path. So to me, my book, although some people may not immediately see, but to me personally, what the book means, to me, it's really about Malay identity, because despite its Chinese protagonist, it is a book about being Malay and what that actually means. But what my novel doesn't attempt to do, however, is to provide any answers or prescriptions to this thorny issue of Malay identity. It merely tries to raise the question in the hopes that it might spark conversation or thoughts about the matter. And I think in the book's young life, it's now about 2.5 months old out in the world. I think I've gotten fairly enthusiastic response both on both sides of the fence, those who resonate with it, those who are a bit discomforted by it, which is not unexpected. But what has been surprising though, and I just want to share with you guys, is the handful of Malays who have reached out to me, individually, expressing their thoughts about their own identities as Malays, right? And in particular, how maybe, and this is a notion that's been echoed by more than one of them, perhaps it is time for us as a race or ethnic group to reckon with what we feel should define us as opposed to what currently does. And it's not just Malaysians who are saying this, it is also Malays coming to me from places like Singapore and Brunei, where apparently the book has found, it's sort of your audience. I didn't expect that. So this has led me to wonder whether there should be some effort to give this topic air among the larger Malay diaspora, because taking this tack could maybe lessen the parochial concerns of our individual countries' politics, and also raise the conversation to a more neutral plane, where the Malay identity can then be considered in its larger construct, as an ethnicity that has a long and rich history across many parts of Asia and counts millions as its community, and one that transcends national borders and governments and their insecurities, right? But I think that's a story for another day. But for now, all I'm able to offer you is this, my little novel about a woman who wakes up one day and realizes she isn't exactly who she thought she was, which actually taps into a more basic and instinctive question that we as human beings often ask ourselves, right? Who are we really? And what makes us who we are, which, if you think about it, is often the real heart of most good stories. So that's my little tale for you this morning. I think I'll stop here, Ruby, if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, Karina. That is a wonderful sharing. I think you covered a lot of important topics from your background to how you see yourself and how you see yourself. I'm really compelled by the ambiguity of how you perceive the existence, because I came because when I asked my parents always told me you are fully Malay, and I'm a Kelantanese, so that you are pure Kelantanese Malay. So I never had to contend with my existence, and Kelantanese people love to do that. But when you mentioned that you discovered you're only a quarter Malay, so and then we like to measure, are you half? Are you quarter this? Are you quarter that? And who's your grandparents or not? Okay, thank you so much, everyone else. If you have questions, you can raise up your hand. You can just switch on your microphone. You can just type. Yes, does anyone have questions? Okay, because I just finished reading the novel this morning. Yes, and it was so good. So let me just ask one question. Like basically, I love that you mentioned who we are. Who we are is basically the core of our existence, right? However, I also noticed that your heroine Jasmine, in straddling these issues, she is often looking for safe spaces. So I'm wondering, what is your comment on this conflict that we have, wanting to be ourselves, yet at the same time looking for safe spaces, despite living in a country that we supposedly call home? So that conflict, I wonder, what's your comment on it? Wanting to be ourselves, but wanting these safe spaces. Oh yeah, you're muted, Karina. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wanting to be ourselves and yet wanting the safe spaces. I think that is the constant push-pull, right? For all of us, and not just in this country and the weird place that it is, but everywhere. That is always the conflict. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. I think if you are someone who is sort of at the apex of whatever power structure in a particular country, there's less pressure on you or you may feel less guarded. For example, if you're white male, cisgender male in America, you're kind of top of the heap. And in this country, in a way, if you're Malay, you are shielded from a lot of things. You are shielded from a lot of things. And someone like me occupies a very funny space because and people who study, for example, African American communities and the way they interact in the world, in the US in particular, will understand this concept of passing, right? The idea that I can pass when I am in Malay society and I can also pass outside, depending on how I choose to present myself. So I guess one of the ways people cope in general is wearing several, different kinds of skin, depending on the environment they're in.
Sorry, Karina, I accidentally muted you. Yes. Okay, so
Can you hear
sorry.
me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I think, so I was saying, I think what we do as a coping mechanism is wear different skins.
Yeah.
We adapt, we adopt different sort of masks or aspects of our personality that will suit the particular environment we're in.
All right. Okay, we have a question from our PhD student from China, Ben Ying. Ben Ying asks, in recent years, talk shows have become very popular in China, and there are some excellent Chinese Malaysian debaters. They offered very unique cultural perspective. His question is, how is cultural awareness fostered in Malaysian schools? Perhaps you can share your own personal experience, Karina, on this. Like how is it fostered?
Oh, I went to government school, but a very long time ago.
Wonderful.
So I
Yes.
went to Asunta, right?
Yeah,
I
okay, all right.
went to Asunta in the 80s. So now you can tell how old I am. And because I went to suburban school, in Petaling Jaya specifically, I think the makeup of that school at the time, the student body was quite diverse. I understand that now it has changed significantly with the flight of many non-Malays from the public school system. They've gone into the private school system. So I think it's very different now. But in those days, although you have your moral classes and things like that, I don't think there was such a huge necessity to kind of propagate cultural awareness per se. Because if you are friends with people who are from different races and backgrounds, you will naturally get exposed, to their cultures anyway. I think the problem now is that there's a lot of places, and especially schools, where racial diversity has decreased quite significantly for a variety of reasons. Where then the question arises as to whether you have a need for structured cultural awareness programs.
That is very interesting, right? When you don't have diversity, you don't have awareness, you don't have contact.
Yeah.
And do we need a structured or a planned diversity to infuse our school? And then there is this whole question of systemic friendships, of systemic social structure. Okay, thank you. So we have another question from Clara. So Clara is a lecturer from Xiamen University, and she did her master's on Malay women artists who are in a similar situation
Oh, wow.
as you are. And then out of curiosity, will we actually arrive at defining our identities, especially being mixed, in your opinion? Yes, big questions, Karina. I'm sure you can do this.
Wow.
Will we ever
Okay.
arrive? Yes.
Will we ever arise? Can we ever define our identities? I mean, I think. Okay, I'm just going to take it from the context of being Malay and something else, or just Malay, yeah, because you can have different other kinds of permutations, Chinese and Indian and whatever. But I think in the context of the Malay identity itself, to me, in my eyes, is something that is a little bit insecure, really. We have a lot of insecurities as a people. And what's interesting for me is, since the book has come out, I thought this was just a Malaysian problem. I'm now discovering that it's not, right? It transcends the borders. It's something that Singaporean Malays grapple with, and even Bruneian Malays, which I did not expect. I really did not expect. Maybe it's just my ignorance, which is why I'm saying now, and I've been saying now to a couple of my other friends in discussions about something like this, that maybe there is a need to elevate this discussion beyond, the national, our country's context. Because whenever you try and discuss it in the context of Malaysia, immediately, there's a lot of this defensiveness and ketuan Melayu and how can you tak boleh, this and that. But if you are talking about the Malay identity within the diaspora, the national interest then sort of become, muted in the background to some degree, because you're looking at that larger commonality, right? And when you look at a larger commonality like that, I think it is easier to see that it should be a spectrum of experiences. And it should have room to cater to people who are, half whatever aspect of Malay or non-Malayness they want to claim.
Yeah. Basically, even the meaning of definition, how defined do you want it to be?
Yeah.
And even if
Correct.
you are of, say, if you are, even if both of your parents are Malay, defining yourself may not depend on
Correct.
such an identity. Yes, thank you so much, Karina. All right, anybody else has got questions? Everyone? Oh yes, Rebecca. Rebecca, go ahead. Rebecca, you can ask her directly.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear or see me.
Yes, I can
I
hear
just
you.
wanted to tap on, hi Karina, I just wanted to tap on Clara's question as well, because Clara was asking about women artists and then the idea of being able to define your identity, right? And I realized that a lot of us are readers and a lot of us are in the academics, or we write books and novels and write poetry. But do you think it is actually possible if, or do you see it happening if we actually take novels, for example, like yours, with any other Malaysian writers and put them into an exhibition and trying to sort of recreate that safe space that Ruby was also talking about, right? For people to walk in and question identity, because not many people do that. The most of us who are doing it are in this room. So I'm just wondering if that's a possibility.
I think that's an interesting idea. So, you know, in going back to my earlier answer, one of the most interesting people I've come across now recently in this kind of conversation or that sort of space is a Bruneian Malay rock guitarist living in Uganda. Right? I mean, wrap your heads around that. I mean, he's really, really cool. And he and I have actually started chatting. And he talks about reasons why he left his country and things like that. But so yes, I think if you have some way of giving people examples, whether it's in the arts or in real life, you know, stories of people who are within the diaspora, it is easier to sort of see, you know, how this diversity plays out, right? Within the Malay identity alone. And this is what, to some extent, I attempted to do with the novel. I want to write the story, which took a very big issue, but made it extremely personal to one individual, and how the state and the way it tries to, impinge on a person's life, how that affects a person at a very granular level. So certainly, I think the arts have a big role to play.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Rebecca. All right, maybe one last question, one last comment. It doesn't have to be a question. You know, if you've read the book and you want to praise it, go ahead and join my club. Yes, no more question, no more comments. 3, 2, 1. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Karina, for your sharing. That was fantastic. So everyone, please get. I think the bookstores just restock this. It's about 50 ringgit. Look at me promoting it shamelessly. All right. I think every Malaysian should read this. Yeah, despite whatever ethnicity you identify with. All right. Thank you so much, Karina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karina, and thank you, Ruby. So, okay, that is a fruitful session, and let's continue the enthusiasm for none other than Rabiatul Adawiyah, Binti Yusuf Ruby, a first-year doctoral candidate who is working on 3 women memoirs. She is trained as a lawyer, but has now found love in literature. Her main supervisor, Associate Professor Dr. Raihana Maidin, teaches literature in English at the Center of Research in Language and Linguistics, UKM. She is also the Deputy Director for Teaching and Learning Technologies, with their presentation entitled Multiple Social Realities Growing Up Malayan in the End of the Rainbow by Adiba Amin. Let's listen to them.
All right, hello everyone. Yes, welcome to my presentation. Okay, I shall time myself. So yes, okay, all right, 15 minutes. Okay. Oh wait, let me just make it full screen. All right, so I'm going to be presenting on multiple social realities growing up Malayan in the End of the Rainbow by Adiba Amin. I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Rai, for really guiding me in doing this. So this is Adiba Amin, and this is her only English novel to date. Adiba Amin is a very renowned writer in Malaysia, both in Malay and English. So being able to do both, she straddles between both worlds. The novel was published in 2006 by MPH Publications. It is about a teenager in the 1950s, a Malay girl called Ayu. Being 17, Ayu was a student in University Malaya at that time, situated in Singapore. A few years before independence, Ayu found friendships, Ayu found and almost love. Ayu also negotiated her confrontations with the journey towards independence. So it's not yet independence, but she was an observer to everything that would lead to that. So yes, so let's look at the story of Ayu. Okay, so what are the questions that I'm contending in the presentation? So for me, what are the different social realities manifested in the lives of the young people in the end of the rainbow? Young people, because we are talking about students who are coming of age as Malaya itself was being pushed towards existence. And then to what extent does Adiba Amin use her authorial defined social reality in the text as well? Like Karina said just now, Karina used her stories and her experiences to inform the heroine in the novel. So did Adiba Amin also apply such a method? All right, so basically, of course, we cannot discuss literature without acknowledging the history of it, especially for Malaysian literature in English. So what are the issues that are often covered? All right, so MLE, the nature of it has been described as hibiscus because writers of MLE, they hold strong to their trans-ethnic vision, addressing disunity yet steering their tales toward a Malaysia that is inclusive of all. So this is by Dr. Koyum. So when we talk about disunity, we recognize, the writers recognize that there are elements of fracture, yet the vision that they have of the nation is always one that is inclusive and accommodating for all. And then secondly, writers of MLE canon, particularly the pioneers, they are often occupied by the themes of deconstruction, redefinition, and reclamation relating to their experiences in the colonial and post independence Malaya and Malaysia. So what happened here is we can see that even the idea or the vision of a nation in individual minds, that is an evolutionary process, constantly being constructed, constantly being redefined, and then constantly be reclaimed. So that is why I was like, so when people ask for a definition of an identity, will we ever arrive to that point before it gets redefined again? And then most of the texts, they also focus on uncovering the voices of the subaltern or the disadvantaged, because the writers aim to imagine a nation that is free from prejudice, exclusivity, and bigotry. So this is a pattern that you would see in most novels by MLE writers, from K.S. Maniam to Karina, all right? And then the writers also ensure the presence of communities they came from in their work by narrating communal concerns that are not always included in mainstream consciousness. So this is the thing with MLE writers, spaces that people don't usually discuss about. That is the space that they are trying to tackle. For example, I'm quoting Karina a lot because her talk was the previous one before my talk. So Karina mentioned ambiguity in terms of identity, mixed races and whatnot. So a person like me may not be able to have the experience and to provide that space, but her novel did just that. So that is the potential and the power of Malaysian writers writing in English, in my opinion. And Adiba Amin was like the first pioneers, I think, starting that. So this is the framework of, not the framework, but I'll call it the tool that I use to ground my arguments. So I'm using Prof. Shamsul's authority-defined social reality and everyday-defined social reality, especially discussing colonial Malaya. We had a colonial government that tried to impose their reality upon the people. So for authority-defined social reality, it basically means the reality that is authoritatively defined by people who are part of the dominant power structure, the establishment, the classes of the upper echelons of the society. So it's observed and interpreted and possibly imposed. So other than that, you also have this everyday defined social reality, defined as, real life experience that are faced daily. And there is always this tension and overlapping between these two forces. And then Dr. Rai in 2009, she extended it to authorial defined social reality. So this tool is very useful in dissecting narratives, especially Malaysian narratives. For me, everyday defined social reality and authorial defined social reality complement each other, as authors are also part of everyday people. So for authorial defined social reality, it's basically a person-oriented reality that focuses on individual needs, ethno-cultural or communal-oriented reality, and nation-oriented reality that highlights the collective needs of a diverse Malaysian society. So for in analyzing The End of the Rainbow, I'm focusing the heroine's friendship with three people. Okay, basically because it's a young adult narrative, so it's just friendship. So first one, we have Ayu, the heroine, and her Malay friend Ima. So Ima is this Malay friend who often express uneasiness regarding Ayu's optimist outlook on racial relation. So Ima used to say, "Why are you not as Malay as me?" And then she's also often weirded out by Ayu's concern for all. And she also labels Ayu as a hopeless activist and being unable to adopt just one viewpoint. So these things Ima would tell Ayu face to face, like, "Why are you not as Malay as me? I wonder why." And then she also tried to plant seeds of doubt in Ayu about the sensitivity of her non-Malay friends, saying, Ayu, some of them, they may be sincere, but who knows, many are not. And then she also looked down on Ayu's friends' plan on starting a multiracial party, deeming it a project only for the dreamers. So this is the thing that Ayu has to face. She loves this friend, but this friend is telling her all these things, basically just mematahkan harapan, or just countering Ayu's vision on what she wants the community to be like. However, Ayu, the heroine, she believed that her dream will become a reality. And I do think that this is Adibah Amin using her authorial defined social reality to represent her vision of Malaysia as well. So Ayu accepts, Ayu heard Ima's opinion, but she didn't succumb to it. And as a writer of MLE, Adibah Amin belongs to the group that hopes for a society that believes in inclusion and accommodation for people from all walks of life, despite the reality of the language policy that prioritized Malay as to the detriment of those who were writing in other languages. So my argument is that Ayu recognized the presence and of Ima's opinions, but Ayu also has her own opinions, because we're talking about teenagers here who have to have the maturity to accept differences. So that is why singular versus inclusive views of the nation, and both views are all around us before independence and even today. I'm sure you all would agree. So the social reality number one, I think we can see in this friendship between two Malay girls. We can be of the same race, but we can be of different views. And this is, I think, a lot of us are experiencing. So the social reality that Ayu experiences, which shape her understanding of race relation, differs that from Ima, disproving homogeneity in how Malays view themselves. So I have a personal interest with this, because sometimes when people say Malay this, Malay that, Malay this, Malay that, I would like to contend that no, individual Malays have different individual thoughts and even vision. So the interaction between Ayu and Ima also shows that being from similar cultural backgrounds does not necessarily lead to homogeneous thinking, as shown by Ayu's stance of preferring diversity and accommodation to all cultures. All right, so yes, so that is social reality number one. Now we move on to Ayu's friendship with a Chinese friend in Singapore, Popo. So Popo is a journalist and a student at the same time. So social reality number two is the curtailment of freedom of speech among minorities. And minorities here are represented by Popo. So what are the curtailments that people had to face? Colonial times mean curtailment of one's freedom of speech, and certain topics were considered off limits. And this is the authority-defined social reality. The colonial government say you cannot write about this article, you cannot write about that article. And if that still happens today, I leave it for you to judge lah. Okay. And then Popo did share history tells us what happened to people who tried to be fair. She shared with Ayu her wisdom that seemed to have come down through the ages. So when she says that, it shows that everyday people, common people, they were aware of what the authority expected of them. They were aware of the rules that they have to play. All right. And then, however, despite knowing the limitations of authority-defined reality, the common people would still have courage in writing articles that can provoke controversies. So people like Popo here, this young teenage journalist, she wouldn't, she would not be fazed by receiving angry comments. And then she also learned to tread carefully on the issues that she chose to write. So this is the thing. She she wanted to exercise her freedom, but she was also aware that she has to do it carefully. And this is the dilemma that I think most writers, most artists, people who produce creatively have to deal with in their daily lives. So yes, Popo and Ayu's friendship also proved that despite being of different racial background or cultural background, you can still share similar values. They still can be valuable exchanges, all right? So such problems was not a visible worry for Ayu. This problem of having to write honestly, yet perhaps provoke certain sections of society. For Ayu, because she's of the majority race, so she struggles in writing, but it's mostly grounded due to her lack of confidence. Therefore, Popo's perspective was instrumental in exposing Ayu, who is of Malay ethnicity, to understand what life was like for a fellow writer from the migrant community. Without befriending Popo, Ayu would be in the box of this, oh, I would like to write, I would like to do this, which is still valid dreams. But Popo opened her eyes towards a different existence that a young writer had to struggle with. So that is very important. Social reality experience by Popo. Okay, so the final friend. So the last friend I think that is most instrumental is Han. So Ayu and Han. So what do I say here? This is okay, fracture caused by different lived experience. So Han is Ayu's senior and he's Chinese. However, both of them came from vastly different backgrounds, despite being very drawn to each other. I thought this was going to be a puppy love between them, but no love eventually culminated, like just hints and hints of it. And Adiba Amin left it at that. All right, so Han is a Malaysian Chinese. So in the beginning of the novel, it's very different from Ayu, because Ayu started the novel being quite confident, this and that. But Han had to contend with people saying to him, go back to China or balik Tongsan. And then Han's exposure to discrimination is also a lot more severe. So Han's family were actually victims of the racial riots after Japan left, and then before British came back, there were a lot of racial riots. So yeah, so Han narrated how his family died at the hands of prejudiced locals when he was a child returning home. So for Han, this is Han's informed, how do I say this? Informed past. So for him, so this is what he told Ayu. To your people, mine were communists or communist supporters. To my people, yours were Japanese collaborators. There was a power vacuum for many days after the war ended. Communists came out of the jungle thirsting for vengeance. Many innocent Malays were shot dead. When the Malays hit back, many innocent Chinese were killed. I've worked this out in my mind over the years, but I still cannot forgive. So his growth is influenced by his loss. So for him, not being able to let go of that impossibility of working together, impossibility of inclusivity, that very much causes conflict with Ayu, because Ayu is a person who believes in the possibility of a united Malaya or a united Malaysia. So when Ayu said this to her, Ayu said, when we gain independence, we'll be at each other's throats. However, Ayu replied, that is what the colonial government wants us to believe. So this is Ayu being very wise. Ayu saying, this is the authority-defined social reality. However, I don't believe in this, and you shouldn't believe in this as well. All right. So it shows that even though teenagers, they were just starting to, go out, dating and whatnot, but they were still very much aware of what was going on. And why is this? Why could Ayu have such a positive outlook? Because Ayu's mother was a female activist in UMNO, and Ayu's mother was very much involved with kaum ibu, and Ayu's mother gave her this sort of strength. Okay, and yeah, so I must mention that Adiba Amin's mother is Ibu Zain. Ibu Zain, Hajah Zainun Munshi Ismail, was it? Oh my God. Yeah, so Ibu Zain was this influential kaum ibu leader at that time. So I do believe that this is her way of channeling her mother's spirit and her mother's energy. So Han decided to quit his studies because, informed by his loss, he wanted to do something that is a little bit perhaps more direct and straightforward in pursuing independence, whereas Ayu chose to remain and become a teacher and a writer. So what does it say basically, this fracture? So Han and Ayu's experience demonstrate the polar opposites of their upbringing, despite being drawn together. So Ayu, whether she likes it or not, she does represent privilege. Privilege not in terms of race, privilege also in terms of having a family, because Han was left orphan. And Han represents marginalization due to forced circumstances. And both are informed by their own social realities. The ideology or the vision that they have of Malaysia cannot be separated from how they were raised, from the things that they have faced. And such is the reality, I think, for all of us. So yes, so my conclusion is that the realities that are faced by each of the characters are not the same. The protagonist, our Malay teenager here, experienced growth in the text due to her interactions with people from both similar and dissimilar backgrounds. And this is what I would like to emphasize. It is very important for us in order to grow, be with people who are like-minded and not like-minded as well, despite how cautious we may feel around them. So Popo and Han are the friends that truly opened her eyes to the harshness of reality as youth in Malaya who sought to make a difference, as opposed to Ima, who has a homogeneous view and who kind of like, feels like a pro-status quo kind of person. There is a stark difference between the authority-defined reality and everyday-defined reality, encapsulated by the restrictions the characters had to face as colonized subjects in a colonial society. Furthermore, the aspect of diversity is accentuated, bringing forth the aspects of authorial defined social reality, as Adiba Amin herself stresses the need of the need to embrace rather than reject each other's differences. And then yes, not informed just by race, but everyday defined social reality. So yes, so the need to embrace differences instead of forcing everyone to be uniform, the need to embrace differences instead of rejecting it. So I think that is the spirit of Adiba Amin's book. And I echo Dr. Mel, because I was talking about this novel with Dr. Melissa, that every teenager in Malaysia should be reading this book. I wish this book can be made into a compulsory reading or some sort. Okay, so yeah, so that is my sharing of Adiba Amin. So this is, so if you're interested, because I just started my PhD, I'm planning, so I'm working on Malaysian memoirs. So if you're interested in Malaysian literature, in women's writing or post-colonial narratives, contact me. You can follow my Instagram at Buku Ruby, where I talk about nerdy books as well. Okay, everyone. So thank you. If you have any question, you can ask.
Thank you, Ruby. So we're open for questions. Okay. But I do like the fact that you said about polar opposites of upbringing, because it's still relevant to this day, and that it should be, read by everyone. I haven't read it, so yeah.
Okay, but that is very interesting. I'm not sure if that is a good thing, to know that the novel was relatable in the 1950s and still relatable today.
Yeah, that was, it is still relatable though.
Yes.
I have a comment.
Okay. Yes, Prof. Rosie.
Yeah. Adiba also wrote 2 other novels in Malay.
Yes.
Jatuh. So it would be nice to look at, because when you write in Malay, I suppose the mindset is more Malay than when you write in English, perhaps, I don't know.
Yes.
But if you were to look at the 3 novels, the 2 in Malay, in and the other one, because in the Malay ones specifically talk about the same period.
Yeah.
In Malaysia, yes. And the fact that there you could see tension. This is the novel called Tempat Jatuh Lagi Dikenang. And you see tension between the mother and daughter, because she wants to be out, the mother wants to be out there to fight for independence, whilst the daughter could not understand that kind of sacrifice, because
Yeah.
it means also abandoning the children by themselves
Mm.
while she goes to to fight this war, or to have this freedom for Malaya then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that is an
So it's
excellent suggestion, Prof, because I know that her heroines are also of similar age group, and they also were
yes,
thinking,
yes.
should I get a job? Should I get married? How to start my life? Or you just give me another idea to do after I'm
No,
done with my
change your
PhD.
PhD topic.
Cannot. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. All right. So yes. Okay, everyone. Now we will move on to Prof. Dr. Noel Farida Abdul Manaf. Okay, Prof. So Prof. Dr. Farida Abdul Manaf. Let me just do a short intro, Prof, if you don't mind. But basically, Prof. Dr. Farida Abdul Manaf has been teaching for more than 30 years. Is that correct, Prof?
Yeah, correct.
Yes, more than 30 years, a very renowned scholar on Malaysian literature, and a bilingual creative writer. So you have been writing poems, you have been writing short stories, and of course, endless research and publication. And then yes, you have published the book here mentioned, Wanita Rawa Terakhir, and that book has won an award, if I'm not mistaken. All right.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It just came out.
It just came out. Okay, all right. Okay then. So yes, everyone. Join me in welcoming Prof.
Right.
Dr. Farida Abdul Manaf, Wanita Rawat Terakhir.
Assalamualaikum. Yeah.
Yes, history of the nation from a woman's perspective.
Thank you, Ruby. Assalamualaikum and good morning. What's the time now? Still morning, yeah? Now, my paper will be divided into 3 small parts. It's very short. The first one is to deliberate on how history is always written, spoken from male's perspective. And here I come, trying to give this discussion on how women define history, Malaysian history. And the second part of the paper would be on how, while doing our research and our scholarly work in this part of the world, we are actually monitored or even resisted by Western scholars. Yeah, I didn't know this until I went into this the progress while writing my history novella Wanita Rawat Terakhir, and I want to talk about the experience as well. And the third part is I'm going to read samples of my work in which female voice and female conscience is put into the center. I'm just going to read my paper, very short. History of a nation will always be contested as generations come and go and live by memories of what were passed on to them by their parents or grandparents, or as new pieces of evidence emerge. So it's not something static. I think we discussed it this morning. Yeah, oral history usually is not perceived as reliable source as written or published work on history, but in recent years, oral history and memories has become part of how history is defined. In this talk, I'm going to share about my research on family history, relying much on using the oral history research methodology, interviews, field trips, checking and counter-checking other written sources to ascertain accuracy of dates, key names, and so on. Much of oral history is also about our own interpretation or reading of our own data based on interviews done with our respondents or research subjects. At least this is how I define oral history today. There may be other definitions if you read on the topic. But I feel that bringing in real people's memories is something perhaps not in the practice of how history was recorded in the past. Wanita Rawat Terakhir was a FRGS research on the Raus of the early 19th century who migrated after they lost to the Dutch. The Raus is one of the ethnic groups, like Mandalings, Jawas, and so on. But not much is known about this group that have migrated and flooding different communities in Malaysia, up to actually even in Brunei and also in Mindanao. Very, very powerful tribe in the old days. Certainly, earlier migrations had taken place, but this novella is focused on the early part of the 19th century Sumatra and Tanah Melayu. The story is mainly told from the point of view of an omnipresent narrator of the life of a young female researcher who is trying to trace her roots, tracing the history of her great-grandmother Tuping Aisyah, a Sumatran Rao woman. Chapter 8, however, uses the point of view of first-person narrator Tuping Aisyah herself. I did this on purpose. I let the past speak for itself. Memories shape themselves before our eyes. Let us interpret history as it speaks to us. This is what oral history is all about, I feel. We let the other speak, we process, we interpret as accurate as we can according to our primary source. I also did it on intention, having two strong women as two key characters in the novella. One is younger than the other to represent change of time. Two women of different era. They are made to be strong women despite challenges they face during that time. Tuping Aisyah is portrayed as a good wife, willing to sacrifice herself for her husband and children. Her husband disappears amidst chaos and conflict caused by the British colonization, where everybody is a suspect of characters, and even all the children. And remarry after they have grown, you have to buy the book and order from Prof. Ruzi. But basically, what I'm trying to do here is women are given the voice to narrate the story of their forming nation. You feel that sacrifice comes not only from the warriors or soldiers or leaders who are usually male, but also housewives, children. Let me read how this is put forth on page 72. I'm going to translate. The book is in Malay, but I'm going to translate spontaneously as I read. 72. Yeah, so this is a scene where a friend of Tuping went to her in panic and said, my husband has been arrested by the British. Yeah, about 10 villagers were arrested by the British because they were suspected of collaborating with rebels, especially Tok Gajah, without evidence. They were just arrests. So the British accused them of feeding Tok Gajah and his team to combat against British. But the narrator Tuping feels that this is just a tactical move to threaten the villagers. Seman, Istri Seman, it's not names, just called Istri Seman. One of the men arrested came crying in front of Tuping Aisyah's home, and she said, and Aisyah was saying, who's the what do you call Talibarot? And somebody said, oh, there must be someone within us. And Istri Seman was saying, Seman's wife was saying, I think it's Dibotak. He has been long having a revenge because I didn't marry him. This is a 30 years revenge. Doesn't make sense, people just get arrested without any evidence like that. So this wife was saying, please help me, Tuping. Your husband is very influential, and I want you to help the people, and so on and so forth. So, here is a scene where a woman goes to another woman for help and not directly to the man. It shows that when women are in trouble during this conflict time, where do women run for support? Yeah, here it's to another woman who she sees is more empowered than her or any other man. This is important because as long as we do not create strong women like that here in our literature, our history will always have men in the center. If we don't make women central, the center we run to save us, because the role model has always been, okay, men as savior, but never women as savior. So, so we are trained to think like, Tuan Mahathir, Ibrahim, Rafizi, KJ will save us, but never Rafida Aziz, never Wan Aziza, never Nurul, because they are just our shadows. They're not prime. They're not positioned in the center. They're not in our narratives. So when you write, make sure, you know, you do this consciously to shape, yeah, the young of our, the mind of our young people. Now, I'm going to move on to the second part of the talk, that is sharing my own experience here while working on this historical novella. The rows are not much written about. You don't get that much, except for some pieces on regional or state level history in Perak, yeah, because they've got a strong Rao community and writing aggressively. But other than that, you don't get to see, except for a few number of publications, very old. So as I approach Western scholars, the women Western scholars I find are very friendly, very accommodative, very encouraging. But I have problem working with male Western scholars, you know, as although they were the one who would have written more about the Raos. And I met one and I was asked this question: why are you interested in writing this now? Why now? Why this particular group? And I said, why not? Because I find that question very intimidating. You know, when we want to do our research, we get asked, why? Why are you doing this? And the person was saying, the rows are troublemakers. Where there is trouble, there is row. There is a row. Maybe he's right, but I need to understand. I need to understand why this is so. I see the same issue before my eyes where Palestine is concerned, for example. They are always the troublemakers. They are always the terrorists. And they are everywhere. The round land was occupied by the Dutch. So do you think that, you know, like the Palestinians would just sit and offer them their land, their tea, their home? So that was just one occasion. In a later part of my process of writing the novella, it is done, it's in draft, I showed it. And I was still, you know, looking back, I think I'm still in that colonial state of mind, whereby to get endorsement, you have to get one Western scholar, whatever, to endorse your work. Looking back, I realized this was what I was doing, wanting that Western endorsement before I have the courage to publish the work. And this person said, oh, you can't publish this, it's too preachy, or it doesn't follow the convention of a novel. And I almost didn't want to publish the work. I was down for many days. Fortunately, I was in a group of discussion with local scholars, and they were talking about how Western scholars have a set mind of what a novel should be. It must follow a certain convention, blah, blah, blah. Even in the West, they're even resisting that, right? With postmodern approach and so on and so forth. So they were saying, my local scholar friends were saying, you know, when we write to educate. You know, we write to cleanse. It's just like 16th century. Yeah. That's why I think in this part, and we love stories that educate us spiritually, teach us good adab, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So in this part of the world, especially with Malay audience, we read to be reminded of the struggle between good and evil, and we love it when good triumphs. In short, we do not mind being preached at. I suppose that explains why Mike Pilau rates in over 10 million ringgit. We love it. Although some are very critical about it, saying the same thing, yeah, it's preachy, it's this and that. But that is a very 16th century Renaissance mind. I recently, not recently, a few years ago, I went to a conference and the title was, We Are Still Renaissance. We are still, you know, Renaissance. And Renaissance is about this, whereby we prioritize didactic teaching, but at the same time, entertainment is also there. So I think the take-home lesson here is take control of your story, your history, but research is still very important so that history does not turn to just stories based on your fantasies, your memories. Yeah, you can bring in your gender, race, class as your speaking voice because you matter no matter what. You know, I think this was stressed by Karina earlier on because we are all part of the nation. Now I'm going to read a few poems, if you don't mind. This was my earlier collection of work, The Art of Living. I still have time, yeah, Ruby?
Yes,
At the
go
time,
ahead,
Ruby?
Prof. It's our
No
honor
time?
to. Yes, we have,
Pardon?
we have.
Okay.
It's
So
our
this
honor.
one, this one was much earlier. The art of naming, even the title, the art of naming. I'm going to name things. I'm going to name the world. Yeah, I stop. But this is me writing as a Muslim woman, because this was at the time where women, Muslim women, were always defined by the others. But we don't have many Muslim women writing about. You are here, my friend. Okay, so this is like, this is on the veil, because I get a lot of questions on the veil during a time when the veil or the tudung was not so common. So wherever I go, people will ask, and there's always this discourse, talking about the veil. You're less a Muslim. If you're not less a Muslim, you don't wear veil. If you wear, all sorts of discourses. So I wrote this, and it was readily published in the US in a collection called Voices of Resistance, Muslim Women on War, Faith and Sexuality, 2006 in California. The veil, my body. Yeah. There's just a piece of cloth. It rocks the world. It shapes a civilization. A civilization misread. It's trapping, says the untutored. It's oppressing, echoes the unlearned. The veil is my body. The veil is also my mind. The veil defines my cultural identity. The veil is who I am. Your slurs and instruction that I rip it off my head is like a rape of my body, an invasion of my land. It's just a piece of cloth. But after Palestine, Iraq, Afghanistan, Maluku, Kosovo, this is all I have. It was written during those times, whereby there's trouble. There were troubles everywhere in those lands that I mentioned. So that became very popular in the West and also in the East, in Iran, because they always take that as a point of entry to understand why a Muslim woman is committed to the veil. Yeah, and usually that piece of work is always read side by side with another work for a Muslim woman who's against the veil. So it's always put together, so that for a better understanding for those who want to know. So in that book, and in this work also, I talk about office politics, gendered office politics for women who are working. I think you recognize the moments, yeah. This one is called Us, Them, Divine. It's so cleverly hidden, but we know of the buddy system. You rub my back, I rub yours. The women, let them tear each other's hair. So sometimes, when women compete with each other, it works against us. But the men always together. They will support each other no matter how nonsense their work output is. So I talk about that because I don't think women get to speak about what we experience as a career woman, as housewife, as there's one on motherhood. Yeah. There's one on motherhood, but I don't think I have time to read that. I will read one on farewell womanhood. It's not easy to be a woman because we are given all sorts of labelings and accusations. Yeah. So this captures it. Had I been honest, it is because I am a woman. Had I been pretentious, it is also because I'm a woman. Had I been a joy, it is because I'm a woman. Had I been abusive, you think it is because I'm a woman. Had I been intelligent, it is because I'm a woman. Had I been otherwise, you are certain it is because I'm a woman. Had I been a good wife, it's because I'm a woman. Had I been a bad one, because I'm a woman. If I had been a good employee, it is because I'm a woman. Had I been a bad one, it's because I'm a woman. Had I been a religious one, again, because I'm a woman. Had I been an evil one, woman. I have done much, said much, because I'm a woman. I've done my purpose of living as a woman. It's now time to say farewell to womanhood. So it's always that conflict, you have to stay strong to be who you are. Now, the latest book, Travel Poetry, was published 2019. But I didn't. But in this book, it's about my travels overseas and how the Muslim women gaze on the other. It's the other way around. Yeah, if you talk about Orientalism, like this is the other way around. And this is on Singapore. Saying you, we always look up to Singapore, yeah? But in this piece, I look at it critically. Seeing you in your Singapore, the only thing that I remember of Singapore is its kind taxi driver. Never have I seen a consistent show of discipline, kindness, good hospitality, and intelligence. They cannot all be Singapore's SBs. I see you in their Singapore stories. Working double income is now a must for a family. Squeezed in between great wealth and poverty. Your high-rise buildings tell you a different story of a pauper who became king. A little away from the city, Macpherson cries stories of the forgotten, the sick and elderly, the weak and poor, the unemployed and abandoned. But the Merlion EU sees power in your climbing tower. So they have their own problem. Yeah, we cannot be like glorifying Singapore all the time. This one is Frankfurt. I see you, Frankfurt. I see you, Frankfurt, in between white clouds, lavender, and rapeseed fields. The colors of your fields stand out more than your high-rising buildings. Your main river is our dream of what's Pusu River. That's the Gombak River on IIUM campus. Your main river is our dream of what Pusu River is your nightmare. Here I am, a day different from home, asking how you could still be a beautiful garden while your buildings crawl up the sky. I think it's very timely to talk about this, how you can be developed and at the same time be environmentally conscious. But look at us, all the promises made by our politicians, we will build this, we'll build that, your condos, your highways, and then what happened to food security? A little bit of campaigning against KJ here. Just a joke. Now, okay, final, this is very short. This is a story about Malay-Chinese racism from a Malay's perspective, which I think is there actually, Ruby, in the novel by Adiba Amin. She actually talks about this Chinese-Malay relationship, but she's very gentle, which is just her personality. She's not confrontational. But if you look deeply, she is addressing that problem. I'm a little bit more confrontational, but I try to be gentle as well. The title, and this was published in 2019 in a project with Pakistani Women's University in Lahore. Yeah, we published an anthology of short stories, and my story got published in that. And Race is my name, Race, R-A-C-E. You would recognize sadness by its tail. It would whack you left and right like an angry storm. That was how my friendship with Race ended. The day turned dark, the grass became gray, and the wind simply stopped blowing. We had been friends since our kindergarten days. She was a month younger than me, but was bigger than me, who would always look fragile and lonely. I remember the day she shared with me her food. I would always go to school hungry and leave school even hungrier. She saw that in me and without fail would always offer me something to eat. We became close friends for years after that, right through primary and secondary schools. Our exam results were always neck and neck, making us top 15% in the class. And as we approached university entrance exams, Race was speeding ahead me by 10 notches. Congratulations, Zarina, 6 A's. Race hugged me, 2 B's and 1 C. I said, feeling sad, knowing Race scored all A's in 11 subjects. We were supposed to sit for 9 subjects, but Race always said, as a non-Malay, she would have to take more subjects to stand a better chance getting government scholarship to study abroad. She dreamed of going to the United Kingdom to read law at Oxford. Well, I'm happy for you too, Race. I'm sure you will stand a good chance getting scholarship from some government agencies. Don't forget me when you do get it. I was truly happy for Race.
Fast forward 10 years later, I bumped into Race, still selling chicken rice at her uncle's stall. I just came back from Scotland with a degree in creative writing. Zarina, when did you return from Glasgow? Race beamed upon seeing me. She stopped cutting whatever she was cutting and walked over to hug me. About a week now. How have you been? I heard you enrolled in the university up north. Have you finished? I did. First class honors, but no job for me. So here I am, a chef. She tried laughing off her bitterness. And we sat down and spoke about the gap, the discrimination, the injustice of it all. I should have been defensive. The Malays deserve it. The Chinese would have been would always have the support system since the economic network was strong. Great parentage with experience of making money everywhere. I could have said all this in defense, but I sat listening to Race. I could be her. She could be me. If the reverse were to happen, would I still be ready to sit and listen as my race get battered and accused of being the tongkat, the walking stick all the time? Or that we only knew how to receive, but I did not know how to give, but did not know how to give. We only know how to receive, but did not know how to give. We only knew how to whine for the fish, serve on a silver plate, but too lazy, too stupid to learn how to fish. I had heard it all the time. Like whatever little achievement I made were always because of my race, not my hard work. But race being race, none of the above happened. She was my childhood friend. She remains so despite. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was a very touching. I was very touched when you were presenting. I think that spoke to my soul. We have a question from Elia. Elia, do you want to ask your question directly? Is Elia there? Elia, is Elia there? I'm not sure. Okay, then I'll just help her ask it. It's on the chat box. So she said, such an interesting sharing, Prof. Thank you. In your opinion, in regards to gender studies, to what extent does one's cultural identity plays a role in the construction of their gender identity? So basically the interaction between culture and gender. Can you share with us your thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, I think culture would always be an important role in shaping who you are. But that's why, we have to be educated, to read beyond. And also, I suppose, to understand our own culture. We think it's culture. I mean, in the Malay world, there's this debate also. We think it's culture that make women so submissive and all that. But if you read Wazir Jahan's Adat,
yes,
Adat
in
Islam and
yeah.
Adat, you will see that, culture liberates women. Yeah. And I think for me, because I'm a believer of Islam, and I feel that Islam strengthened that, instead of some argue no, Islam actually brings women backwards. I don't think so. I wouldn't be here had it not been for my faith. To have the courage to be there in the center, to talk about my Muslim identity, me as a Muslim woman, and so on. Had it not been for my faith, I don't think I would be so empowered. So I think we have to look at culture critically, know your culture well. Somewhere along the line, there are good things. Sometimes culture is there for a period, for that purpose of that time. But culture also evolves. It evolves, it changes with time. So for me, you need a balance of that, modernity and culture and religion. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, I think that did, Prof. I think that is very important to know, to find out and discover, and the definition of culture, even what it is. And I think linking back to Prof. Shamsul's coloniality, is our culture being defined by colonialism?
Exactly.
And yes, and before that. So thank you so much, Prof. Any other questions? Any other comments? I need to get the book, Prof. So do we order it from Prof. Rosie? Is Prof. Rosie here?
Yeah. You just give your name.
Yes. Order from me, I get 10%.
Okay, all right then. Yes, I forgot to take picture. Everyone, before we move on to the next presentation, can everyone please switch on your camera? After 2 hours, then I remember.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay, everyone. Yes. Please switch on your camera. Thank you. Ben Ying's background is the best, to be honest. Okay. All right then. Okay. Switch on. Switch on. I'm giving everyone a few more seconds. Okay. All right. Okay. All right then. Okay. Okay. All right. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Wait, I'm saving the picture. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. Farida. I hope to get your book as soon as possible. And that was really inspiring. Yes. All right. Okay.
All
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to go. Yeah, I've got another webinar.
Yes, very busy,
Okay,
Prof.
take care, Prof.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much.
Prof.
Bye.
Okay, so thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Ruby. Next up, we have Dr. Anita Harris, a critical theorist and senior lecturer housed at the Center of Research in Language and Linguistics, FSSK, UKM, a post-colonial Gothic scholar. Her works have been published in Hecate, Sussex Academic Press, Critica Cultura, Marvels and Tales, and Journal of Fairy Tale Studies. Her intersecting areas of research include post-colonial Gothic, interesting, folklore studies, Anthropocene studies, hauntology, eco-Gothic in relation to the environmental humanities, and memory studies as well. Now, with an interesting title, Mise en Abîme and Post-Memory in Three Diasporic Malaysian Chinese Mosaic Novels, let's welcome Dr. Anita Harris.
Thank you, Shah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, everybody. Lots of really good speakers today. They're a really tough act to follow. But I'm just going to give you some background before I begin. I actually started this project in 2018. It was an intersecting project between psychogeography, memory, poetics. At least one of my article on poetics has been published in Marvels and Tales. But this was actually interrupted because of COVID. I was going to present this paper in 2020, but COVID happened and they cancelled the whole series on memory studies. So I thank you very much to Prof. Ruzi for allowing me to present today. The other thing is I need to mention because I'm on this journey as a scholar where I'm moving away from the things I did before, things to do with African American diaspora, even indigenous studies, because I've actually tried to ask myself this question: how do I, as a scholar, not culturally appropriate other perspectives from other cultures, which is not mine to voice? But when it comes to these diasporic Malaysian Chinese mosaic novels, I just need to mention that I have a Chinese grandmother, and I started this project because I wanted to learn about my own Chineseness. I mean, I'm constitutionally a Malay, despite the Indian name, because my father is Sri Lankan Tamil. As I think Ms. Karina Bahrain mentioned, for us, there's the question of passing is there no matter where we go, and that cognitive dissonance is where we go. And I think a lot of the things that all of you have spoken today speaks to what I'm doing right now with the idea of Malaysian memory. So having said that, could we have the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to read the abstract first for you. This presentation suggests that the configurations of post-memory within literary texts contain their own internal logic. Now, this may be transcribed as poetics. I'm going to explain a bit more about poetics later. Post-memory, as espoused by Marion Hirsch, writing about the Holocaust, is a powerful and very particular form of memory precisely because it is a connection to its object or source, which is mediated not through recollection, but through an imaginative investment and creative imaginary. So it's basically a kind of memory that is not our immediate memory, it's the memory of the people who came before us. So I extend Hirsch's work on post-memory by arguing that a collective transgeneral memory creates its own poetics. a demonstration of the ways in which post-memory insights maze-like twists and turns in narratives because of the disconnect between personal and communal memory will therefore be examined within the context of the Misanabim form as contained within 3 diasporic Malaysian Chinese novels with embedded or mosaic narratives. Tash Oz, Harmony Silk Factory, Tan Tuan Eng's The Garden of Evening Mist, and Yang Zichu's The Night Tiger. Next, please. Now, all 3 novels look at pivotal events in Malaysian history through Malaysian Chinese lenses. These novels deal with the issues of history, hybridity, and post-colonial complicity, but embedded within these narrative stylings are the configurations of post-memory. I mention this because all of these writers are writing about events that happened before their time. Therefore, they are writing towards a collective conception of events in Malaysian history, such as colonialism, the Japanese occupation, the communist insurgency. So parameters of memory studies in relation to post-memory are therefore connected to poetics of narrative structure and to post-colonial diasporic studies in the analysis of this text. So I am trying, not just in this paper, but in a series of papers to establish a poetics of post-memory and to unearth the reason why the Mist and Abeam format of maze novels is so well suited to the diasporic Malaysian imaginary. Next slide, please. So these are the 3 novels. You obviously know that The Garden of Evening Mist has been turned into a movie, which I have not watched because I heard it's awful. Sorry. Tash Oz, The Harmony Silk Factory, which I didn't read for a very long time because everyone I asked told me it was awful, but when I read it, I really loved it. And Yang Zichu's The Night Tiger, which I really recommend for you to read. So next, please. Next slide. Okay, so the previous slide, sorry, Ruby. Yes, so I have several reasons why I started this project. Now, the first one was in realizing that there were certain narrative harmonies between the 3 novels. I read one and then I read all 3 actually almost at the same time, and I realized that all of them had embedded narratives, 1. 2, gardens featured in all of them. And all 3 looked at pivotal periods. Could someone please mute their mic? Thank you very much. I can hear an echo. Thank you. So all 3 novels look at pivotal periods in Malaysian history, from colonization to the Japanese occupation to the more personal and layered narrative in Choose the Night Tiger. And that reminded me of Borges' The Garden of Forking Paths. And that led me back to the idea of how memory is never in a straight line. Very much so when we are looking at memories of things that we don't experience. We are listening to the tales of our forefathers, our grandfathers, our parents. We're looking at historical events encoded in newspaper articles, in movies, in documentaries. All of these different aspects of past, our shared past, become a mosaic. And that leads to sometimes not a cohesive understanding of how things have been. But then again, the question is, can we ever have a cohesive understanding of a past? We can't even have a cohesive understanding of our own personal histories. How on earth are we going to have a personal cohesive understanding of things that happened before we were born? So I feel that all of the authors actually did a really good job in choosing to tell their stories in a retrospective mosaic manner with converging narratives, problematizing these recollections. Yep. Next slide, please. I almost started to turn the slide myself and I realized that this will be, sorry. So the secondary impetus was a reactionary one. As my colleagues know, I'm very reactionary. I read this book. It was by a post-colonial scholar, and she was a South African white woman wanting to create a poetics of post-colonialism and decolonialism. And in the words of a great Malaysian actors, my blood went upstairs when I read it, because I was like, how do you decide to tell us how we should write about our post-coloniality, our decoloniality? And
Doctor,
our
drop the title, Doctor. I need to download this book.
I will WhatsApp you. I was actually really enraged. I mean, the writing was really good because she's an Oxford scholar, but at the same time, I feel I have a very strong feeling about white scholars writing about decoloniality and post-coloniality. Very sorry, but that's my feeling. So when I first put the title "A Poetics of Post-Memory," I was actually being quite snarky about it. But then I started being really earnest about it. I mean, I feel like for those of us who are in between different cultures, we need to think about these things in a new way. Even though I consider myself a memory scholar, and I teach Marian Hirsch and Agamben and all of these scholars, I want to look at memory from a different perspective now. I want to see how we can use those tools. I'm not divorcing myself from those tools, but to look at those tools from a Malaysian context. How do we as Malaysians remember things? That's my main question, my main contention for this project. So it is a hybrid post-colonial memory. It cannot not be hybrid. Those of us who write in English, whether academically or creatively, we are in the gray space of conversing in a tongue of those who both empower us as scholars, sadly to say, because we are scholars of English literature, but who also dominated us and who perhaps imposed these identities on us, as Prof. Shamsul mentioned earlier. So this poetics is entrenched in the Western ideas of a narrative. How do we upend it? So my problematizing of post-memory is primarily because the idea of how any collective or nation remembers past events is entrenched with the ways in which any communal identity with intersecting cultural associations would operate. Next slide, please, Ruby. So this is the secondary impetus I mentioned. The idea of hybridity is at the heart of what I'm doing here. I think of English as being a neutral space. In fact, just now, after I finished working on this and I was going to get a drink, I thought about it. For those of us who write in English who are mixed race, the English language is like Switzerland. It doesn't have all of this baggage for us. I mean, the baggage of you're not Malay enough, you're not Chinese enough, you're not Indian enough. I mean, for me, so okay, fine. I'm just gonna write in English, and it's like you can say I'm impure in whatever way you want me to be. But then you realize that the biggest baggage of all comes with the English language, and I think I am not the only one who feels that. And I feel that the ways in which we write in embedded mosaic ways, the ways in which we play with poetic strategies is somehow our way of making our own mark, of trying to understand where we fit. And this is what I take away from these three novels. So next slide, please. So back to problematizing post-memory. Post-memory describes the relationship that the generation after bears to the personal, collective, and cultural trauma of those who came before, to experiences they remember only by means of the stories, images, and behaviors among which they grew up. But these experiences were transmitted to them so deeply and effectively as to seem to constitute memories in their own right. So this is by Marian Hirsch, and for some reason, I think the rest of the code has disappeared. Can you look at the next screen, please, Ruby? No, it kind of disappeared. So anyway, that code was by Marian Hirsch. It's completely disappeared. Her name is not there. So let's move on to the next slide then. I'm just going to talk about this idea of post-memory. So more scientifically inclined, this is me, scholars of memory would probably look at the ways in which our brains process memory and past events. They would look objectively at the brain and say, okay, we process memory in this way, and that's that. In fact, I went to a memory studies conference many years ago, and I irritated some memory scholars who actually scientists, because they didn't like the idea of post-memory at all. They're like, no, that's not how the brain works. But I sometimes think scientists don't know the full picture of how humanity works in terms of how we react to the literatures, how we react to things that people tell us, how we react to TV shows. How many of the younger generation have an idea of the past of Malaysia to those Petronas ads, for example? So from a Malaysian context, the ways in which those of us who think about past events which we have not personally experienced fits into the precepts of post-memory, and post-memory can never not be political. Because a lot of the ways our forefathers or our parents tell us the stories of the past come with their political affiliations. Which is why I said sometimes the English language is Switzerland, because it doesn't have all of those baggage. So next. Now we look at the idea of poetics next, which is very Occidental. The idea of poetics, poetikos in Greek, in Western civilization stems from Aristotle's Ars Poetica, which translates into the art of poetry. For today, however, poetics refers to the structure of narrative and has a connection to hermeneutics and linguistics. So it refers to the ways in which a text is constructed and how the structure of a narrative impacts the reader. When you read stories that are linear, how does that have you react to a text? When you read a story that is embedded and has many multiple layers in it, is it irritating to you? Does it have an impact on you? Does it help with immersion or does it make it worse? So there is therefore an inherent and unconscious politics in the ways in which narrative structures are constructed. So what then are the politics of the mosaic or maze novel? What is the writer trying to do? Now, I don't know how many creative writers are in here right now because I think a lot of people have left. But I always think about what Bath said about the death of the author. And as a writer myself, I always have a very strong opposition to it. But at the same time, I think he is correct in that we don't always know what we write. We don't always know why we make the choices we make. So as an author myself, sometimes if I read a critic say that I'm doing a certain thing in my story, sometimes I disagree and sometimes I go, he has a point or she has a point. So I hope that if any writers are in the audience, you kind of understand that this is my approach. There are some things that we don't always realize is in the novels that we write. So next, please. So therefore, how does one construct a poetics of post-memory in relation to the Malaysian novel? Malaysian authors writing in English are hybrid by nature, whether biologically hybrid or culturally hybrid. They may avail themselves to a multiplicity of techniques in order to narrate their tales. So it could be a straightforward method, could be that you want to follow the patterns of a Penglipo Lara. I mean, I would love to read a novel like that. There's so many ways to tell our tales. So intention is not always completely inherent in this process. Any writer knows that sometimes writing is a process of discovery. We don't always know what we write, but the narrative choices allows for a heterogeneity of meaning, a multiplicity of resonances. So how far does it allow us to see the ways in which a Malaysian post-memory may be unique? Next. So these are two previous publications of mine utilizing the Mise en Abîme, but from the perspective of the diasporic Nigerian writer, which is Helen Oyemi, and Tanith Lee, who is an American. So those are things that you might want to check out because I've written a lot about Mise en Abîme in both articles. Next. What is the Mise en Abîme? I'm pretty obsessed with the idea of Mise en Abîme because these are the kinds of novels I love to read and the kind of movies I love to watch where they're always very intersected and very, very vertiginous. I mean, I got the idea of it doing research on Alfred Hitchcock's Vertigo, so there you go. So the Mise en Abîme is fiction at play. As such, it would appear to be cognitively useless, telling us nothing except that the work before us is fiction, which we already knew. Indeed, it may be worse than useless. It may actually be corrosive of fiction's cognitive claims. Understood in the purest sense, as a figure of self-embedding, Mise en Abîme evokes infinite regress of the kind familiar from commercial packaging, where the package bears an image of the package itself, on which in turn there appears an image of the package, and so on ad infinitum. Think of a regressive refraction of ideas. If you want to get a popular culture example, that moment in what was it? Which Star Wars movie was it where Rey kind of goes to look at the Dark Force and she sees herself reflected again and again and again? Was it the second movie or the third one?
The Last Jedi, no?
Was it the Death of Skywalker or the Last Jedi? I keep forgetting.
I think it's the Last Jedi when she became powerful, right?
Yeah, so she goes into the mirror to find her parents and she finds herself, and it's like she looks behind and multiple hers are like holding her shoulder.
Yeah,
so
it's the last movie. Yeah, the last movie.
Yeah, so that's basically the Mise en Abîme, a reflection of patterns of embedded narratives, and then it kind of returns back to the beginning. So there are many kinds of Mise en Abîme. Some are more reflected and some are less, to a lesser degree, reflected. I think the ultimate Mise en Abîme can be found in Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, for example, where you start with River Run and you end with River Run. But essentially, Understood in a more relaxed sense, Miss and the beam proliferates uncontrollably, turning every text into a network of analogies where everything is mirrored. Finally, no distinction is possible between the original and its double, the model and the thing model. In either sense, restricted relaxed Miss and the beam is readily assimilated to the radiant deconstruction. Perspective Miss and the beam unsettles the structure of representation, opening up in an epistemological black hole that swallows certainty. An uncanny procedure, it induces in the reader a sense of vertigo of gazing into the abyss. It's this very uncertainty which makes me feel that the possibilities of the Miss and Abim framework for novels actually allows us to look at what is essentially the abyss of our shared recollections. Because we want to pretend that there is a certainty, but it's a fraught certainty. There is no one answer to memory, essentially. So next slide, please. So Miss and Abim is an important function of poetics in embedded narratives. It is a term used in both literary poetics and in film studies. When an image is embedded within another image or a narrative is embedded in another narrative, the fractal potentialities of these kinds of narration allows for readers or viewers to understand a proliferation of ideas and association. How am I doing for time? A purist approach to the past and towards any Malaysian narrative is impossible. My contention is that the very nature of complicated and potentially complicit with Eurocentricism fiction narratives allows for better understanding of Malaysian post-memory. Next slide, please. So now we're going to look at the novels themselves. Harmony Silk Factory. To the eyes of his son Jasper, the Harmony Silk Factory is a narrative of this really fascinating guy called Johnny Lim, who is kind of a gangster. His wife Snow Sum, to her diary, she is like, for me, the quintessential Gothic heroine. And Peter Wormwood. Another character of note is Tuni Chikwa Muru, who represents himself as an academic, but he's actually Kampetai, a Japanese secret police. So in a sense, Mamoru is an antagonist and definitely sinister in Sung's narration. I mean, the ending of Sung's narration is quite disturbing. The three main characters have their own sections. It is significant that Johnny Lim is the only one in the narrative who does not become an eye narrator. Instead, we are told his story to the eyes of his son. But there's a reason for that. We kind of hear his story narrated in a very grandiose fashion, which connects to the ways in which he views his own life journey. He kind of is this larger than life figure, and you can always feel like he's this kind of person who will always have his own grand narrative in his head as he's doing the things that he does. And he does pretty amazingly over-the-top things. Even when he is courting his wife, you can feel that he's narrating. He said, I am courting this woman. I want her because she's beautiful and she's blah, blah, blah. I think we all know a guy like that. Anyway, next slide. So the central mystery of the Harmony Silk Factory lies in a trip that Lim Sung and Wormwood took, which led them to be stranded in the Seven Maidens Islands, which is basically Langkawi. Yeah. So they're stranded there, and this is actually for me, the most fascinating part of the book. The account of their time there is mostly in Sung's diary, a spectral voice to the past because she's already dead. She dies giving birth to Jasper. So it's revealed that the stranded party tried to enact a kind of life on the island. They find a ruin. They try to evoke Eurocentric civilization within the jungle. They even listen to Don Giovanni and have a little party surrounded by darkness in the jungle. And this actually leads to the embedded narration of it. Next slide, please.
Dr. Anita, 5 more minutes, eh?
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So very shortly, there's a garden in in Harmony Silk Factory. There's a garden in the Garden of Evening Mist. So the novel opens in the 1980s where the judge Teo Yun Ling is suffering the onset of aphasia. So from the beginning, Tan Tuan Eng has already signposted to us that this is going to be a story about memory. The incoming loss of memory causes her to want to confront aspects of her past that are painful before she forgets. So the period in which she and her sister were prisoners of war during the occupation. Her sister perishes after being made a comfort woman, and because of this, our protagonist wants to create a garden in her memory. So instead of she kind of wants to meet this Japanese man who was a gardener to the Emperor of Japan. She wants to build a memorial garden for her sister. So he takes her on as an apprentice. The part of the novel is about their life, their relationship together. And next slide, please. He tattoos the location of buried treasure at the heart of the garden on her body. So it's buried somewhere in the maze garden that Yunling builds kind of with the guidance of Aritomo. Now, my contention is that the maze and Yunling's body therefore become connected as the maze embodies her memories. The embodiment of memory is on the body itself. And the maze, the treasure becomes a metaphor for the communal past in which no real answer can be found. And the entire novel becomes a testimony to both fate and complicity, which seems to be a pattern in his novels. If you look at A Gift of Rain, the complicated lines between affiliations and loyalties when matters of the heart are enmeshed with personal resolutions. I mentioned complicity because obviously her relationship with Aritomo would have been difficult for her because her sister died when she was a comfort woman. Memory from a Malaysian point of view will always be entangled with competing narratives and complicities, which goes back to what I mentioned earlier, the fact that we are always being challenged on the view of purity. You have to be a pure this, you have to be a pure that. And every time we are told to remember something, it's laden with a lot of baggage. Remember who you are. This is the line in which you should be in because these other people wronged you. And there's so much wrong and harm and things that need to be redressed in the past. And sometimes when you are hybrid, when you are writing from the position of Switzerland, it sometimes allows you to see those crosshairs of affiliations and betrayals. So memory from a Malaysian point of view will always be entangled with competing narratives and complicities. Next, we're almost done, Ruby. This is The Night Tiger by Yang Zichu. Jilin is an apprentice dressmaker. She becomes embroiled in a supernatural mystery because of the disappearance of an artifact, a severed finger that turns people into weird tigers. The setting for this tale is Perak, particularly around Batu Gajah and Ipoh. The main mystery has to do with the identity of the new weird tiger and how Jilin is connected to him. There is also a romance at the heart of this novel between Jilin and Shin, which leads to her being Batu Gajah and at the heart of this weird tiger mystery. Next. Another pivotal character is Ren, the houseboy to an old colonialist who became a weird tiger. Pretty much a lot of the story revolves around who really is the new weird tiger. We don't know who it is. Now, why more personal than the previous two texts and more supernatural? Chu's novel deals with a more immediate impacts of colonialism, emblematized by the Caucasian weird tiger, which sounds like an anomaly because Harimau Jadian is such a Malay myth. He cannibalizes people. Shape-changing then becomes a metaphor for the ways in which Malaysian resources and identity becomes subsumed within colonial discourse. He literally is eating people, you know. So next. It's significant that the central artifact, that of the glass bottle with a severed finger, is actually part of European folklore. A witch or wizard saves his or her soul within a finger or any other body part in order to live longer. I mean, it's in Celtic folklore. It's in a lot of the European folklore. The aspect of folklore in Chu's mythos becomes, therefore, hybridized with the Malay myth of the weird tiger. And most of the story is, the main characters in the story are Chinese, Malaysian Chinese. So you can see again the aspect of hybridity in there. Next. So the central question in this discussion is therefore the ways in which narrative becomes a tool in furthering certain ideologies. When it comes to memory or post-memory, communal narratives can also change the ways in which the next or future generations remember the past. The value of embedded and maze novels, such as the ones examined in this presentation, is that they provide heterogeneous narratives that tease and disturb the reader with ambiguity. The lack of fixity in itself allows for an open-ended approach to memory, which I think is so important. I feel that if you want to look at memory from a Malaysian point of view, we can't look at memory as silos. We can't look at it as being perfect, fixed, or locked. In a maze, after all, you never know where you will end up. It could be a dead end, or it could be the way out into an undetermined future. Next. Thank you. That's it. And it's a picture I took in Penang when I was doing this project, the psychogeography part of this project. Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Doctor, if I may ask,
Yeah, sure.
do you like the night tiger? I know it's not like a complicated question, but do you like the night tiger?
Yes, I loved it.
Yeah, okay. Like
Why? Because I
compared
did.
to like the other two, like how is it?
Well, you know why I enjoyed it more than the other two? I feel that maybe Chu is slightly more progressive than the other two. She doesn't have
Yes,
those
yes, I agree.
because she doesn't have those racial stereotypes that drove me nuts about the other two books, especially Garden of Evening Mist. I it's like the portrayal of the Malays and the Indians in that novel drove me nuts. And yeah, I'm being very polite here. I mean, there's other things that I could have said. But yes, I love Liang Sichu's The Night Tiger because it felt more authentic to me. It wasn't trying to answer big questions, but because it was very personal, I kind of found it very engaging. And I think that she's actually using a lot of poetic strategies to kind of bring the intimate, the feminine into the idea of a Malaysian recollection of the past. And I think it's so important. I feel like novelists like her and like Bernice Chowley and Hannah Alkaf, they're really doing very important things with memory, and that's part of what I'm exploring in other aspects as well. Yeah. So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Nita, just a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, just I don't have a question, but I just want to say what you're doing is very important because now I'm reading on life writing and autobiography. And I was not aware of how important it is to decenter this assumption of linearity, assumption of wholeness that is completely Eurocentric. Therefore, when you said mosaic memory, something just went ting in me, because this is how we view the past, especially if influenced by traumatic events or influenced by
There's a
colonization.
splinter in you when you are traumatized.
Yes.
So I think it's really important to say. And I wanted to add, I forgot to add just now that my meditations on memory will be continued next Wednesday during the memory studies webinar. And we have Prof. Said Farid Alatas, who is going to be our keynote. He's going to be speaking about decentering and decoloniality when it comes to the idea of memory. So
yes.
So
Dr. Anita, sorry, there's a question from Boyang.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's basically saying post-memory is a kind of construction. All things are given by others. People cultivated under such thing are always hybrid. So how should they define their cultural identity? I think the heart of the question is being mosaic. Is it good or bad, Dr. Anita?
Well, if you ask me, being someone who is mixed race, being mosaic is so very good. I think
survival, yes.
For me, it's good. I think that if we open ourselves to a multiplicity of perspectives, it teaches us to be better humans because it teaches us empathy.
Oh, yeah.
For me, I mean, it's like then instead of looking at, purity and complicity, we look at empathy instead. The idea that none of these memories are perfect because we can't really recollect things perfectly. I think indeed, at least some scientists might agree with me.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. Okay, yes. Oh, I feel very inspired to read more. And yes,
so yeah, Rebecca asks if how she could join the memory webinar if you want to drop.
Yes, I think I will drop the link later. Do I have any of my secretariat here to drop the link?
Yes, yeah, if any of the secretariat here, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Anita. Okay, so from memory, we're going to go to the cultural unconscious by Ming Hao. Ming Hao, are you there? Yes, okay, I'm going to...
Hello.
Okay, hello,
Yes.
Ming Hao. All right, so wait, let me just share screen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, wait, give me a moment. So Ming Hao is one of our PhD scholars, and yes, focusing on the cultural unconscious of the Peace Corps experience in River Town. So Ming Hao, over to you. 15 minutes, okay, Ming Hao, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm Ming Hao. Actually, I'm a student for the AP Dr. Shan and also Dr. Ravi. And I'm very grateful for this opportunity to share my presentation. Thanks to Prof. Luzi and also to the committee. The topic of my presentation is a cultural unconscious of the Peace Corps experience in the River Town. Okay, we can move to the next slide. Thank you. And I will give you a brief introduction. My presentation resolved around the Peace Corps appearance of the Peter Hessler. He spent 2 years in China as a Peace Corps volunteer, which he wrote into his memoir, River Tongue. And the concept in my presentation will be the colonial matrix of power, cultural unconscious, and border thinking. Okay, next one, please. So about the Peace Corps was a Cold War endeavor initiated in 1960s. It is to counter the Soviet influence in the Third World. The mission of the Peace Corps, they have the 3 missions. The first one to help the people of each country in meeting their need for trained men and women. And the second one is to help promote a better understanding of Americans. And the third one to help promote a better understanding of the other people on the part of Americans. It was not until 1993 that Peace Corps arrived in China. Up to 2020, the program was shut down by the US government. More than 1,000 Peace Corps volunteers served in China as English language teachers. There are 4 volunteers. They became well-known writers. Peter Hessler became the most influential one on China, on the modern China in the West. Okay, next one, please. This one is Peter Hessler and his memoir. Actually, Hessler spent 2 years from 1996 to 1998. And after that, he returned to China and he spent more than a decade in China, worked as a freelancer and a staff writer. He produced 4 books. The first one is River Tongue, Oracle Bones, Country Driving, and Strange Stories. Hessler received the MacArthur Award in 2011 for his keenly observed account of ordinary people in such rapidly changing society as reform era China. And Spence praised Hessler as today's China could have been made for him. And in 2019, Hessler moved back to China with his family, and he reports on the pandemic. He was teaching in the Sichuan University, but he was denied to renew his contract and went back to the US last year. Okay, thank you. Next one, please. So the common perception of Peter Hessler, it is widely acknowledged that Hessler challenged the traditional negative coverage of China in the West, and he wrote a positive, progressive, and authentic China. So they think Hessler is a hero. He is not judgmental, but objective in his writing on China. Okay, next one, please. And our argument is the coloniality is still the hidden logic of Hessler's narrative of China. His writing didn't escape the invisible management and control of American culture, as the American values have evolved into his cultural unconscious for him to evaluate the outer world. As himself confessed in his foreword to the River Tongue, he says, "I have access to a great deal of information that was unavailable to the Chinese. And as a result, I often felt as if I understood the political situation better than the locals. It was impossible to avoid this type of arrogance, even though I realized that it was misleading and condescending." Okay, so, okay, next one, please. I will use the concept of the cultural unconscious of the Peace Corps. Okay, the concept is cultural unconscious is a cultural mental structure with invisible power, but unconsciously influences, shapes, and controls the cultural activities of human life. So the cultural unconscious is responsible for the alienated knowledge on China in the West, just as the professor Datu, he also mentioned the coloniality of the coloniality of the matrix of power. I think it is from the Gu Mingdong. It is from the Walter Ming novel. It is very similar here. Okay, here, this is a quotation from Stephen. He said, although the Peace Corps volunteer often ridiculed as a government subsidized program, however, it achieved its stated goals. Okay, now I go to the next one. Okay, this is the talk about the river tongue and the heart of the darkness. And in the river tongue, Hitler referred to his travel along the Yangtze River to be like following Kurt up Congo. So he just associated the river tongue with Conrad's heart of darkness. This is the tone of his book. Okay, next one, please. Yeah. So I will do the analysis from the three missions of the Peace Corps. The first one, the cultural unconscious, in Hitler's helping China. So as a Peace Corps volunteer in China, Hitler's mission to help China with trained English teachers. He taught American literature and culture in his class. In addition, he instilled American ideology and values to his students, consciously or unconsciously. For example, Hitler always encouraged the student to be open-minded, questioning, and irreverent. It seems that there will be no problem. But when the student confronted the college authority, he felt guilty. And another one, he introduced the US political system to his class by presenting his ballot for the vote of American president. He might not realize it's of any significance, but in 2018, just after 20 years, almost 20 years later, he revisited the city. His former student brought up his lecture. He said, that made a deep impression. I have always thought about that. Okay, this is a far-reaching influence. So as a former Peace Corps volunteer, Rob Smith, he revealed in an interview, he said, what I think critics of the program don't understand is that Peace Corps volunteers in China, they are not propping up of an authoritarian government. They are building relationships and teaching young Chinese about American values. You know, when I was a volunteer, I taught Western civilization, US history, and that includes a concept like democracy and how it works in the US. This is like one of the most important unintentional soft power the US has in China. Okay, so thank you. Next one. For the mission 2, the cultural unconscious in Hitler promoting a better understanding of Americans. Obviously, Hitler was undermined by the Chinese, even with his insincere carefulness and friendliness. So why? Because you see, Hitler, he dealt with the locals with a new identity in his Chinese name called He Wei. But he said in this way, so He Wei was different from my American self. He was friendlier. He was eager to talk with anyone. He will took a great pleasure in the mostly insane conversation. And actually, he said He Wei was stupid. That was I liked the most about him. So Hitler developed a perfect relationship with the students and the locals. In this way, Hitler created a marvelous impression of the American among the Chinese. And the American was always revealed as a great superpower, which was a golden land of freedom and democracy. So the US in the river tongue could not be even better. So this is his promoting of the understanding of Americans. Okay, next one, please. So the main 3, the cultural unconscious in Hitler's understanding of China. Hitler did write a positive China. However, in some sense, Hitler failed to get a better understanding of China because he still repeated the Western narrative and viewed China with American lens unconsciously. So why do I say this? Because you see, environmentally, he labeled China as dirty, messy, and frightening. And he said, there are no bicycles in Fuling, otherwise it is similar to any other small Chinese cities. So this is the stereotype, like any other small Chinese cities is dirty or messy. So this is absolutely not true. Okay, politically, Hitler followed the Western narrative to regard China as a communist regime, all Chinese leaders as dictators, and Chinese history treated. He like a little bit of paranoid. He said, I try not to talk with any of the administrators. I have 2 telephone lines, which one the the casual use and never answered the telephone. So the stereotype and bias were confirmed by the American reader, Lloyd Markley. In his review of the river town, he said, China hardly changed in the past 50 years. Because he worked in China before, he said China has hardly changed in the past 50 years. There is a hostile cultural environment, primitive agriculture, economic hardship, and communist brutality. Okay, thank you. Next one, please. Now I want to talk about the border thinking. Border thinking is to use alternative perspective to make the invisible visible. So as an insider and outsider, Hassler went beyond the binary operations and created a paradoxical China. At the same time, he gained a deeper insight into his American identity or culture. Okay, so next one, please. I'm just give 2 examples. The first one, Hassler was annoyed by the Chinese propaganda, which he realized the situation of the US are of the no difference. So Hassler is very skeptical of his Chinese language teacher's teaching material, and his Chinese teacher doubted what he had learned in America. The tension often high above their disputes. So he wrote, in some way, I could not blame her. The American press tended to portray a China that was overwhelmingly negative and Beijing-centered. So this is the border thinking. After the argument, he reflected, more simple voice sounding in my head. What about Peter Buchanan? This is an American politician. How about the American first? And also the anti-Chinese laws in the 19th century. So he said, balance was not my goal. I was fighting fire with fire, and I was responding to propaganda with more of the same. So this is one border thinking. Next one, please. Now, the second example, Hassler believed China was an authoritarian country without democracy. When he reviewed his own involvement in America, he found it has cast meaningless votes and accepted the results. He concluded, regardless of whether it was Chinese or American government claiming to be empowered by the common man, part of it was dishonest wordplay. So I will come to the conclusion. Okay, next one. So Hassler got a paradoxical China through the border thinking. And in the novel you will find, he wrote like this one. None of it was that simple. I was a peaceable volunteer, but I wasn't. China was communist, but it wasn't. Okay, and finally he concluded there were good days and there were bad days. Okay, Fulian, it just was a human place, brought with decency and scarred by the flaws. Okay, so next one, please. So the conclusion, my conclusion will be Hassler claimed he followed his intuition to write the truth about China, but his view of China was still under the sway of his American cultural unconscious, which is deeply rooted in his mind and determines his evaluation of the world as a common sense and universal truth. Hassler did break the binary oppositions in his portrait of China and depicted a paradoxical China, which made his writing distinguished from his peers. However, since China was mainly deemed as an adversary of America, the bias and the stereotype of China in American discourse prevailed in Hassler's writing. So no matter whether he was aware of them or not. Okay, thank you for your time. And it's better thanks to my supervisors, Shan and Dr. Ravi. Thanks to all. Okay, yeah, that's all for my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ming Hao. 14 minutes. I must thank you for that. All right. So yes, so everyone, if you're interested to get in touch with Ming Hao, if you guys have similar research interests, perhaps Ming Hao, you can drop your email into the chat box if they're interested to ask further questions or whatnot. But any questions? Any questions? Actually, I have a question, Ming Hao, if you don't mind. There is this dialogue. There is this dialogue that you mentioned. Sorry. So when he was basically, what did he say here? He said his alter ego He Wei. So when He Wei speaks in Chinese, He Wei was stupid. So I wonder, why do you think he says that? Was it a conscious act, or was it him trying to be accepted by the community? What do you think is the motivation behind that?
I think he just is not so sincere. He want to get along with the local people. He want to just like I want to get involved in the locality. He want to be accepted. But that is not his true identity. He never saw his true himself. If he saw himself the true Peter Hitler, there will be maybe that's a little different reaction. So just he used a fake or false identity. That's he's not so sincere. Maybe he just want to be accepted. Yes.
I see.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Ming Hao. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, now, so from the cultural unconscious, we move on to a Foucauldian discourse by Ben Ying. All right, so Ben Ying, I'm gonna share your slides now. Okay, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes? Sorry, Shah.
Huan, I think.
Oh, yes. Oh, you have a question?
Yeah, I think Huan.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, Ming Hao, you're back for a few minutes. Okay, Huan, can you ask your question?
But Huan cannot speak for health reasons, so maybe Huan can.
Okay. All right, Huan, you can write. You can type your question.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 minute, Huan. Because we're rushed for time. So sorry, everyone. Is it coming up?
I'm just wondering, Ming Hao, because when I taught you research methodology, I was not aware of the Chinese database, but I came to know about the database now. Have you checked? Because I asked you to check ProQuest, the ones that we have in the library. But if you were to check the Chinese database, do you see a lot of studies being done on American Peace Corps at all?
Actually, it's very controversial, and the program was just started down in 2020. There are not too many, and because it's really new and controversial, and a lot of people they are afraid to touch upon this topic. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof.
All right.
All right. So Ming Hao is doing a controversial subject, but very brave, I must say.
Yeah.
So Huan's question is, as we often say, science knows no boundaries. What do you think about literature in that part? So that's the question, Ming Hao. Literature without boundaries, is that something? What's your thought on that?
Science without boundary. And I think this is beyond my research. Like, it's hard to say. Okay, thank you for your question, but I will learn about that. Yeah.
Yes. So Huan, you can get in touch with Ming Hao if you want to know further. Any other questions? Any other questions from Ming Hao?
I think literature is bottomless.
Yes. It can go anywhere.
Bottomless.
Yeah. Thank you for my prof. And Dr. Ravi, and also I'm very grateful for Prof. Zuli, and also for Ruby, Sahira. We were in the same classroom in the Dr. San's classroom. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Wait.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to stop share.
Okay. So thank you, Ming Hao, again. Now we have Liu Benying, who has a master's degree in English language and literature from Dalian University of Technology, China. So he's here. He's a second semester PhD candidate at the Center of Research in Language and Linguistics, UKM, with his research focusing on spatial studies and science fiction. With his presentation entitled Narrating the Pandemic, a Foucauldian discourse perspective on Baishmin's coronavirus, the floor is yours.
Okay, wait, let me just share the screen first. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm ready for you.
All right.
Coming up.
Ruby, the screen sharer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for lunchtime so that I can go to the toilet. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, wait. All right, Ben Ying, the floor is yours, Ben Ying.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction and sharing the screen. And please don't be hungry. And hold on a second, please. And Why do I choose this topic? Because previously I was very interested in the study of colonial discourse in the post-colonial study. And I know that the colonial discourse, the theory largely comes from Foucault's analysis of discourse. So I'm very interested in the study of discourse. And secondly, choose this topic because nowadays we are facing new reality because of the present pandemic that is hitting the whole world for a situation at home and abroad. So I want to start from the Foucault's perspective on discourse to analyze Chinese novel. So this is the abstract. The pandemic setting is one of the special scenarios in which stories are narrated to reflect general concerns about reality and ideals. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic has a continuous penetrating impact on society and life, as well as public mentality and communication. Inevitably, the media coverage has paid much attention to how the official statements on pandemic prevention and control affect public communication and discourse. Moreover, daily and monthly statistics centering on infection and potential risks increase people's fear, anxiety, and isolation and uncertainty about future. Consequently, crisis discourse operates as a countermeasure against prevailing power and dangers, and it endeavors to weaken the effect of pandemic. The paper adopts the Foucauldian perspective as an analytic lens to examine the discourse reflected in Chinese writer Di Shumin's novel Coronavirus and explore the relations between discourse and several key elements under the pandemic circumstances: statement, knowledge, the truth of history, discipline, and power. So my study is to scrutinize Foucault's conception of discourse in the modern pandemic period and to discover the characteristics of discourse in the narratives of pandemic. It is significant that because it encourages public to reflect upon reality with reason, and it fosters humanistic concerns about present dilemma confronting the human race as community. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the introduction part. So from these two pictures, I can see that pandemic is one of the most subject matters in writers' narratives since the outbreak of COVID-19 at the end of 2019. Yes, it showcased the unrelenting power of the virus and its fatal consequence. So the pandemic narratives mirror reality and crisis in the specific historical period, such as Homer's Iliad, Albert Camus' The Plague, and Gabriel Marquis' Love in the Time of Cholera. So yes, next slide, please. So these narratives are of great importance in that they reflect how people react to fight against or live with the contagious diseases. So as a literary concept, the narrative functions to communicate real and fictional events, evoke memories of the past, and more importantly, arouse public attention on the critical analysis of discourse. The power mechanism operates as a leading principle that stipulates what is included and excluded in the discourse, and that regulates what narratives mean to the public. The discourse functions to describe the experiences of people as subjects and to shape people's perception of reality. Foucault explores the relation between knowledge and power and argues that first, as a product of power, prevents production of certain knowledge and excludes the subversive components that challenge the authority. Second, this course functions to connect knowledge and power, and influences individuals who are eager to acquire knowledge. Third, this course determines the subject and contents of a statement, and even judges the authenticity of the statement. So the danger lies in its prevention of production of certain knowledge which threatens the authority. Next slide, please. So the Chinese writer, Bi Shumin, the female writer, who is very famous in China for almost 2 decades, she has always based her writings on social reality. Her previous medical work experience and gives her acute observation of the themes of life and death. And in addition, her dedication to psychology and clinical experience provide her writings with considerable insight into crisis and humanity. She combines medicine with narratives and cures her literary readers from a psychological approach. Her literary texts are characterized by medical and psychological considerations and foster humanistic concerns about social issues. And she draws on disease and trauma narratives to show her empathy and understandings of awakening. So the pursuits of literary cure, awakening, and reflection has become the focus of her narratives. Since 1990s, actually, the writer has been assiduous in writing, and her works cover a wide range of topics regarding disease and dilemma. She looks at the world from both physiological and psychological perspectives and incorporates herself into a narrative discourse that endeavors to relieve the wounded from darkness in a positive manner. So this slide, so you can see the introduction of the coronavirus, which has a similar name to the present COVID-19 virus, coronavirus. And this novel was published in 2012. Yes, almost 10 years ago. And the writer preferred to classify the work into science fiction because the story tells a story that happened in the future. And she based the setting of the story on her previous interviews and battle against SARS cases in 2003. However, to everybody's surprise, astonishment, she never expected the COVID-19 pandemic would affect the whole world again, and her science fiction has become the reality. So the novel depicts the city called Yan of China, overwhelmed by the terror of a rare coronavirus. The sudden outbreak of the pandemic posed a threat to humanity, and thus the battle of life and death was unfolded. So people were infected with disease, and thus the city remained under lockdown. So in order to learn more about the situation, the authorities sent the author Luo Weizhi to the front line for interviews. The medical and the psychological experience gave her insight into the mental states of those tormented people. And then, yeah, next slide, please. Thank you. Then the critical pandemic made her realize that all powers attempt to take advantage of the disaster to gain profits, and she witnessed the good and evil in human nature. Some people have offered help and devote themselves to the cause of prevention, while other people made negative comments and attacked the victim, such as cyberbullying, right? And so in the novel, the general director of pandemic prevention control and deputy mayor Yuan Zaichun reported to the leadership of the city that there were over 100 death cases within 24 hours. On some day. The unusual surge, of course, would definitely spark panic in public. Next slide, please. So the Deputy Mayor Yuan suggested using artificially forced report instead of revealing the real number of death cases to the media, since there was still no effective cure for the pandemic. He estimated that those who remain optimistic could have more chances of surviving the virus. Moreover, the fifthly reported number would trigger pandemic buying and hoarding that could lead to resource shortage. So the leadership agreed on the fake report and boosted morale, therefore, among the populace. So next slide, please. So when Foucault analyzes the feature of knowledge, he relates it to discourse, which is the form of knowledge characterized by power. The knowledge can be seen as objective and neutral. However, discourse raises question of who speaks to whom, what is the purpose of the agent, and whether it is true, etc. In addition, power is not acquired, shared, or protested by the agents, but it is generated by various unequal relations. So power disappears when unequal relations are eliminated. The next slide, please. So in my analysis of the novel, there are several key elements. Foucault's conception of discourse. So I start from the following theoretical structure. Foucaultian sense of discourse, and statement, and knowledge and truth of history and discipline, and all, as well as the relationship between knowledge and power. Okay, next slide, please. So so you can see these elements on this slide. Okay, next slide, please. So discourse originally referred to any kind of speaking, talk, or conversation, but it became increasingly used to describe a more formal speech, a narration or treatment of any subject at length, a treatise, a dissertation, or sermon. And it has been frequently used in the linguistic studies, different from the traditional meaning of discourse. Foucault's approach to discourse is a counter-reading of historical conditions. It shows the relationship between bodies of knowledge and social restraints. The discourse, second, discourse is a system.
Ben Ying, we lost you.
I think
Ben Ying. So it's not just me.
let me text him.
Yeah. In the meantime, I'm gonna download Christopher's new. Okay. Desktop. Zawiyah. Yeah. Maybe now. Is Benny okay?
Yeah, I just texted him.
Yeah, I think it's just his connection. Okay, sorry everyone. Let's give a few minutes. He's still online though. Yeah. Okay, I don't see his face right now. But yeah, sorry, Prof. I think we lost Benny halfway.
Prof, you're muted.
Yeah, I can still see Benny on my
Online,
screen.
right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
still online. But
I think it's just the Wi-Fi connection. Sometimes they get disrupted.
yeah.
It's raining heavily. Yeah. So it's bad connection. Is that in the chat?
Yeah. Are you able to come back,
Oh,
Benny?
yeah. Sure. Okay, how many more slides does Benny have?
Yeah, I hear him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the bad connection. Not really, Benny. I heard a sound of your voice, but I cannot really hear any sentences coming up. Yeah, you're breaking up. I think the connection is not very good. You're breaking up.
Have you lost him? Oh.
Oh, that sounds so wrong. You're breaking up. We cannot hear you.
But you can hear me, right? You can hear.
Yes, I can hear you, Prof. I can hear you, Prof. I think it's just the Wi-Fi. Sometimes locally we don't get it. Yeah. Okay, let me just check. Yes, you can hear me, Benny. Yes, so that's the thing. When you speak, we are unable to hear you. No worries, no worries.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we could just play the
Play the slides. Okay.
How many more slides does Bending have?
All right, let me check. So this is the Foucauldian. I think he's just getting to his theory, and then his discourse and statement, and then I think he was gonna do analysis. Yeah, discourse statement, discourse knowledge, and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, we'll see if later on Benying line becomes more stable.
Yes.
Okay, so we can go on to the next speaker.
All right. Okay, thank you, Benying. Hopefully after this you can continue your presentation. Okay, it is 12:42. Sorry, Sha, I'm just gonna continue with Christopher's presentation.
Last one before we break for lunch.
Yes, last one we break. All right, so wait, Christopher, I'm loading it, the latest slide. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone, please join me in welcoming Christopher, our PhD student. I'm not gonna say more. Okay, all right. Okay, wait, let me just. Okay.
Thanks, Ruby.
Yes, who has been doing fantastic works, I want to say that, but I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. All right, okay. Okay. All right, the floor is yours, Christopher.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. So today I'll be presenting my work, which is Bukit Caplang, the monster and the formation of the nation. So we go to the second part of the slide. Okay, so the introduction. The paper is a comparative study of Sang Kancil, the archetypal politician. This is based on an analysis of the works of Sonny Liu, which is a Malaysian-born artist. So I will give a bit more, elaborate more on his background. So he was born in 1934 and he's born in Seremban, but he's based in Singapore, and he's the first graphic, and his work, the art of Charlie Chan Hock Chai, which we're going to present about, is the first graphic novel to win the Singaporean Literature Prize for Fiction. He also has worked on many other comics such as Wolverine and what they call comics such as DC and also for Marvel. So it's quite established artist. So I'll be focusing on his first independent work, which is the art of Charlie Chan Hock Chai. So the art of Charlie Chan Hock Chai is actually a fictional biography of this artist, Charlie Chan Hock Chai. So the person does not exist. So it's something like an inception. So he's trying to do something in an artist, in the story and the story. So in this book, I'll be reviewing a short section based on the work of Liu, who has Charlie Chan Hock Chai created, which is Bukit Caplang, which is a revisioning of Sang Kancil, seen as the Singaporean premier or Chinese Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew. This is done by comparing the original footprints of Sang Kancil with that of this of Bukit Caplang to see how many similarities this the Kancil of Bukit Caplang has with the original one. So the changes that have occurred to this Sang Kancil will be analyzed using two types of archetypal theories, which are Jungian and new archetypal theories. Okay, so we go to the next one. Okay, so this is you can see a bit of the book. out of Charlie Chan Hok Chai. And you can see the style of his drawing, which is something like a retro and a bit like maybe the 1970s or 60s to make it more authentic. Like he's actually doing it from a history book. So the other book I'll be comparing it to, the version of the original Sang Kancil will be this one. Like we can go to the next slide. Okay, this one, Walter Skip. So this Malaysian folktales and legends by Walter Skip. So this Walter Skip is actually the one of the first who collected the oral traditional tales of Sang Kancil from the locals and then made it to the English version. Okay. The next one will be discussing on Jungian archetypes. So what is an archetype? So Carl Jung's theory of archetype reveals that the recurrent universal patterns underlying most literature works for legend, folklore, and ideology. So in other words, archetypes are something like the pattern we can see in the character, which I think for me personally it will invoke the sense of nostalgia or comparison. A nostalgia example like certain shows, maybe like Stranger Things, when we see it, we have a broad sense of emotion which causes us to feel like in our childhood days because of the nostalgia of the 80s. And the characters also seem to be like from an 80s show because they are fit a certain archetype. And then in comparison, we always compare something like, for example, a famous space, a good space opera show, they compare it to Star Wars. So it's always a comparison. So the Wilford algorithm further expands that the common images of this myth all have equivalent cultural functions. Means each of these image, such as the trickster, in every culture there's a different version of the trickster because the idea or the feature of the trickster, which is being tricky and being cunning, is shared by all the human and everyone, but the character itself is created based on the culture itself. So these images are called archetypes and they are shared symbols known to mankind. So Malaysian folklore is no exception, as we find that even our own local folk characters follow the same basic structure of the archetypes, such as the hero, the dancer, and the villain. So the next slide. So we come to the first one, which is the trickster, which is a human archetype who tries to get ahead in life by means of trickery and cunning. This character survives by wits and skill rather than strength. So it is always using the tricksters are usually represented by having small bodies, small frames, and not have the strength of a hero or maybe the power of a villain, but they use their disadvantage, they use their wit to overcome problems. So one of the many reasons is that the tricksters plays a role to serve as a form of social protest and also as an outlet of psychological release. So in a way that the trickster can do things that can break the law, but at the same time is acceptable, like because it's something that people imagine trying to do, but they themselves cannot do, such as maybe oppressive laws that they want to circumvent against. So Paul Reddin, 1956, writes that the trickster is an archetype that contains a certain duality, where the trickster is both the creator and destroyer, the giver and negator. He is like an agent of chaos, but at the same time, he is also an agent of order. So therefore, the trickster is sometimes viewed as one of the positive characters, such as the hero or the wise man, and other times seen as the shadow, the villain, or the fool. So the trickster contains both the hero and the bad shadow, which is the representation of the person's subconscious. Okay, the next slide. So coming from Jungian's archetypes, we come to the new archetypes. So new archetypes are new versions of archetypes that have been developed in modern days, which contain certain key aspects of Jung's theory, but at the same time, removes the less substantiated parts, which are replaced by the integration of other contemporary theories of the area. Archetypes in these new archetypes contain 5 characteristics as discussed by one of the founders, which is Weber and Mayer. Namely, archetypes are characters in the story. They represent psychological as mental modes like self and others, schemas, prototypes, and they also elicit intense emotions and responses when encountered. Archetypes also operate at the automatic or unconscious level, and they are culturally enduring as well as easy to be learned and widely recognizable. Okay, so we move to the next slide. Okay, so this is one of the new aspects that we're discussing, the jester, which is described as represented by living for fun and amusement. the playful and mischievous chameleon, which is usually ironic and mirthful, which is sometimes a prankster. So this is a version of the trickster, which is more the comedian or foolish. So enjoys a good time and diversion from care. As such, the jester is seen as the archetype that has been formulated out of the mischievous side of the trickster, which is closely related to the shadow. Plays tricks on others, maybe out of sheer fun or perhaps malicious purposes. But either way, his pranks will cause distress to everyone involved. Next slide. Okay, the magician. So this is the good side, the trickster part, the more positive aspect. So the magician is represented as the physician, the visionary alchemist, taking the principles of development and how things work, a teacher, a performer, and scientist. So he is more of a educating and teaching the world, something like sage or the wise man of what they call the Jungian archetypes. So fundamentalist, he is a fundamentalist interested in nature, process, transformation, and metaphor. So in other words, it's like you think of Nicholas Tesla. So something that is always trying to invent something new, create new things, and teach the world, to bring the world to a new level of civilization. Magicians, what we can see is a very much trickster themselves, relying on a sleight of hands and illusions to come up with the tricks that would amaze audience. Like any stage magician, they use tricks to entertain audience, to bring a sense of wonder that is more than something beneath the eyes of regular life. They themselves are also curious enough to seek and search out the environment to understand the works and to perfect the trade. For example, mirror trick would require magicians to have a deep understanding of how reflection works, the light works, which comes under the category of physics and science. As such, this shows the scientist part of the magician. Sometimes the magician also uses his performances to bring out the story, therefore the teaching part. Both sides always accompanied by the performing side of the magician, as the magician always has a flair of performance to attract the crowd and not just just repeat facts from textbook. Okay, so the next one, the detached manipulator. So this is a new archetype, which is another shadow side of the magician. Also, Jeffrey 2018 explained the magician turning back into his the primeval trickster. This is because Jeffrey elaborates the magician is the bearer of knowledge, but left unchecked, the magician can use the knowledge to control others. So this is how the trickster manipulates others, but he's not lying, which is through withholding knowledge. So this what you call example that instead of lying to people, like the trickster who usually tells tricks, he holds back knowledge to gain advantage. So it's not exactly like he's lying, but it's also withholding information. So he'll give hard truths, withholding vital information back to be needed for the well-being. So it's like what they call maybe the detached manipulator could be an advisor. For example, that the hero meets on the way, but he doesn't tell the hero that maybe in the cave there's a dragon, but the thing he wants is in the cave. So he just go in there and get eaten by the dragon. That's an example of the detached manipulator. So the denying innocent. So when the manipulator is the shadow side that takes action, the denying innocent is the one that is passive when inaction is not done. So Jeffrey explains that if the magician's shadow takes a more passive approach, it becomes the denying innocent. So when the detached manipulator activity becomes the villainous preparator, the activity those things, the innocent actually replace the first victim. So this what they call this archetype that keeps one from opening their eyes and seeing reality more clearly. The innocent believes it is good, and we bury our heads in the sand to avoid owning the destructive manipulation James, our brother, is doing. In other words, the innocent choose to be self-deceiving, living in denial, and makes comparisons between these two shadow sides. The magician explains, while greed and lust for power mainly motivate the manipulator, envy fuels the innocent one. The innocent one keeps on a good bucket, but in reality envies others and drives which they have to do having, and as it reflects the innocent's like drive and responsibility. So it means he pretends to be the victim and also manipulates, pretends like to be the harmless one, but actually manipulating everything from behind. The manipulator acts as the aggressor while the denying innocent is the victim. Okay, the next one. So after explanation of all the archetypes, we come to sun culture. So I think any one of us familiar with Malaysian folktales knows that sun culture is derived from the animal, the mouse deer. So it is what you call a cute animal that always we can see that jumping over the crocodiles. So the interesting fact is that Sang Kancil used to be known also as the Menteri Beluka, the Vizier of the Underworld, as he was looked up as what they call a wise creature to give wisdom even in the royal courts meeting of Solomon. Okay, so the next one. So this is explanation of how I would like to further explain on how the thing will be doing. First of all, I will be what I call explaining like how I will be comparing the Jungian archetypes instead of the new archetypes based on Sang Kancil tales, which are originally shared in a tribal setting. From there, Sang Kancil tales were transcribed and written into an oral form, which made the tales become more organized and what they call widely distributed among Malaysians. And then that helped to establish Sang Kancil as a trickster archetype in Malaysian tales. So once Kancil is established as a trickster, I can use him as a point of reference to compare to the new archetypal modern tales such as Bukit Chaplang. Okay, the next slide. Okay, so my findings. So Kancil as politician. The Sang Kancil is the Singaporean premier. So what I found interesting was that Liu has managed to combine folklore with the Singaporean history to create Bukit Chaplang. He does this because he focuses on the what they call the value, or rather the archetypal role of the trickster, which is symbolizes cunning in a person. So Kancil fits the role as this because he represents the Prime Minister Lee, as Liu intends to portray Lee not just as the ordinary archetypal ruler, but that of a magician that uses wit and cleverness to stay on top of the political power field. So Lee is unlike kings in fairy tales who rule by ideals and values, perfect justice, a modern day politician who always has to think the competition to stay in power, especially since it's like something like democracy. So in the world of modern day politics, cunning and brains is one of the most valuable assets needed to lead the country further, especially one that has just been formed like Singapore, which is also like can be compared to Sang Kancil, which is small and doesn't have rich in resources, a very small nation that manages to come atop among all its bigger neighbors. So this is a somewhat better folkloric character to represent than Sang Kancil. Readers of both Malaysia and Singapore can really make the connection of the cunning and witty politician Sing in Liu. Sang Kancil is, after all, you can say an architectural artifact that represents such values in the much beloved children's world. Okay, next slide. So the first, another archetype I found out was that the ruler archetype that Liu embodies. So Prime Minister Liu with Lee intends to be portrayed not just as an ordinary archetypal ruler, but that of a magician that uses wit and cleverness to stay on top of the political power field. Lee, unlike kings in fairy tales who rule by ideal values and perfect justice, the world of modern day politics, cunning and brains is one of the most valuable assets needed in the country. So we can compare that to the original Sang Kancil, which is just a regular trickster, it's not a ruler. He is only known as the Vizier, which is more role of an advisor or the wise man. So you can see that the main difference between the two, the first main difference. The one is taking a role of actively ruling his people or the country. The other one is more like advising. Okay, the next one. Then,
sorry, Christopher, 3 more minutes.
Okay, so we're comparing this as Kancil as politician. So we can see that combining the ruler and the magician together, we get the politician. The politician is the Kancil as Lee tricks. For example, we take this story, which is Kancil jumping over the crocodiles. So Liu manages to put this as a political allegory. He does this by showing that the crocodiles he tricked represent the oppressive Japanese powers. And then jumping on the crocodile's head represents the way which he jumps up to power using his wit and cunning by tricking the crocodile. And also the magician, as you've seen, is the leader who helps his president. Okay, the next one. So he's also a politician again, but at the same time, there's also the bad side of politics and Liu. So as the detached manipulator, he used other tactics to get Sang Kuching, which is a political rival, to get arrested. It also goes against the king of the hinterland for a mad power grab, which is represented by when Singapore, what you call, Lee Kuan Yew tried to contest in Malaysia to get power there also. So The Kanchil in traditional tales has no such ambitions. It was content as being a trickster and a free agent is chaos, the main tricks of people. Okay, the next one. So these are further what do you call further incidents. Also notice the last picture here is about he is what do you call this, a parallel to Alice in Wonderland story, where Kanchil now is the mad hatter. So showing that he has gone into like madness, like a trickster. Okay. Okay, the next one. Okay, so the crocodile represents this other archetype that I found representing what do you call a parallel to the traditional stories. So the crocodile represents tyrant of the river, the flow of history and time. Okay, next one. How many more minutes?
Maybe just 1 minute.
Okay, then maybe we go straight to the conclusion.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, conclusion. In the conclusion, I find that Leo has managed to combine folklore with history to create the picture of Sang Kancil fits the role because Liu tends to portray Li not just as a normal ruler but a politician using the magician's wit to stay on top of the political playing field. Li, unlike kings and fairy tales, is not ruled by ideal values of perfect justice. It uses the cunning. And what so I find that it is very ideal that he represents what is the representation of cunning that is also can be represented as the prime minister, but in a non-offensive way. Okay, all right. That is all.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. That is such an interesting presentation. Sorry for cutting it short. I think you are one of the very few who are actually doing graphic literature or comics or creative works like that. Okay, any question for Christopher? Do try to get in touch with him. Christopher, do you mind dropping your email maybe in the chat box?
Okay. All right.
All right. Okay. So yes, any comments and whatnot? All right. You can just so yes. If you're interested in any of the research that our scholars are doing, do get in touch with us directly or just email the committee. Okay. All right. So we have reached the end of the first session today. I cannot believe we survived this far. All right. We will reconvene at about 2:30. Is it, Prof? Actually, right. I would advise everyone to come back at 2:20 so that 2:30 we can start on time. And yes, and I'll be chairing Dr. Shivani's session. And after that, we will Shah and I will hand over the MC, the moderating task to Siti and Jeff. Siti and Jeff are here. Are Siti and Jeff here? Not sure if they are here or not. Okay. All right. Here. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we'll be handing over the chairing to you because so you guys will also be closing the second session. I will still be sharing the PowerPoint because I think it's easier for me to record and share the PowerPoints. Okay. All right. So everyone, have a good lunch, have a good break. So let's meet at about 2:20 and then 2:30 we can start on time. All right. Okay. Let me just stop sharing.